How are you doing today? My name is Eric, and I'm here to tell you everything I want to say. Like, hello, and how are you, and what's up, and evolution's wrong, and so is creationism. They're not really wrong, they just are the absence of an explanation. To be wrong, they'd have to explain something in a concrete way that it couldn't just be all vagaries and nonsense. So, I say, Eric, are you really live streaming again? Didn't you just finish live streaming not that long ago? It was a pretty long time ago. It was a couple of hours ago, at least a few hours ago. We're up to me. I just keep live streaming all the time. It is up to me. And I am keeping live streaming all the time. But not all the time. That's a little bit too much live streaming. That's why I like to occasionally mix it up and not live stream for a moment or two. At the moment, I can't seem to find my own live stream to watch, but that's just kind of part of the trickiness of things sometimes. Okay, there. Now I'm back. I'm here. I'm ready to go. What? Mommy 70? The last one was quite a long time. The deal is, I give you $0 and you give me all of that. Okay, sounds good. Um, why though do I do this deal? Oh, that's the deal from the title. I see what you're saying. You're talking about that deal. They could, but neither of them is. Which is to say, neither of them explains anything, right? In theory, God could create species using a mechanism of evolution. Sure, that's perfectly, there's nothing exclusive about the two things. But in this case, neither of them, in this case, have done the job they tasked themselves to do, which is meaningfully explain where species come from in a way such that we could, I don't know, create an environment rich with certain kind of uncapitalized upon niche and just sort of see spontaneously generate out of nowhere a species tailor made to fit that, right? Or some other mechanism that we can point to and say, we can replicate this, it makes predictions that validate, etc. You know? Well, the thing is, it is the case that we don't have answers to all the big cosmological questions. You know, we simply don't have answers to them. We don't know where species came from, and we know that evolution doesn't make any sense at all. It runs into immediate problems with its own definitions, right? By definition, species can't produce anything other than reproductively viable offspring of their same species. So Given that, it just is definitionally prevented that evolution could even make any sense. But it just doesn't work, right? Even if it sort of seems intuitively resonant, looking at the branching fossil record, etc., it just doesn't work. So what we have to do is say, okay, in the status quo, the correct position on species, the origin of the species, as Darwin said, is we don't know. We don't have an explanation. I mean, the thing is, people have come up with all sorts of different weird variations, concentric circles, or whatever, continued to call them evolution even as they deviated ever further from the actual original understanding of it. Um, you know, unlike any other theory in science, which doesn't just get to change what it says and still call itself the same thing. Some hot squirrel action for you. I'm gonna go get a lighter because I guess I don't have one. Satan, I absolutely love ducks. Thank you for asking. They're my favorite. They're my favorite waterfowl after geese and those black and white speckled things. That's a duck on the wall you guys are looking at right now, actually. One of the less aquatic species of ducks. It's called a woodland furry duck. A woodland furry cutlet loving duck. You cutlet lover. Look at you love your cutlets. Well, I had to shoo away the turkeys today. I wish I had shooed them more vigorously, but it's kind of cool looking at them. I put up a short about it. I'm pretty angry at the heteronormativity of turkeys, actually. Like, this one dude peacocking around with his feathers and shit, and then all the ladies have to listen to him in his harem. I don't think that seems very, you know, contemporary enough in its progressiveness. Seems backwards, barbaric even. A harem. Who has a harem anymore? Unless you're in an isekai or you're some sort of sultan from the 1600s, you should not be having a harem. That's as true for turkeys as it is for humans. I will attest right here and now, those turkeys were in no isekai. They were either in reality or just the regular simulation that serves as reality. One of the two. Ergo, no harems allowed. Obviously, they weren't time traveling because it was today. Ergo, no harems allowed. It's considered gauche. It's what you might call C.S. Joseph cringy. C.S. Joseph is clearly a guy who would like to have a harem. Don't be like C.S. Joseph and the turkeys today. Don't want a harem. You don't need one. One chick is plenty of trouble, even if she's perfect. You don't need any more chicks. Be sensible. Be sensible like me, Sensible McGee, the most sensible man in the entire M section of the alphabet. All right, let's see what the chat's saying. 1111 is a power number. Hair up my ass? No, I have my hair in the normal place. Speciation is just a pop-up book. Yeah. Because, there was like this floppy thing. And then some of it grew fins and stuff. Some of it grew wings. Some of it grew legs. And that's how we have the species today. It all started with the same floppy thing. I think it might have been a coral. Corals aren't floppy. Well, the beginning corals, they were so lame they were floppy. They were like limp noodles. That's how little they brought to the evolutionary party. They weren't even hunters or gatherers. Yeah, I'm familiar with the observer effect and double slit experiment. I've posited, as other thinkers have regarding this matter, that there's an heretofore um, unidentified fundamental force in the universe called observation. Most scientists don't buy that. It's pretty fringe, but I like the idea. It's poetic, at least. I think it's more likely to be true anyway than what most scientists believe. Makes the most sense. Would account for dark matter and stuff too, which is just like scientists go, well, our math isn't adding up right, so there must be a bunch of imaginary stuff out there. Because our math be adding up wrong, and it could mean that we're doing something wrong or not accounting for something. It must mean there's magical dark stuff out there. A squirrel is a mix between a rabbit, a rat, and a weasel. Well, that's an interesting notion. Or origination music. John J. Johnson says that rat looks delicious. No, I'm not getting any toupees ever. I do have some wigs just for shits and giggles, or I used to. I don't know if I have them anymore. Because I like my hair just like this. This is my favorite kind of hairdo. It took me years to get to this spot. This was what I was looking for since I was like 10 years old. I was looking for this haircut. You're physically somewhere, but your mind or soul is somewhere else. Who, me? Well, am I saying that is your thesis? Lol, I am joking. It's so funny hearing the answer. Okay. Um, I could get a crop weaved on. I could get real human hair tied onto the ends of all of these little hairs. And I'd be like, hey guys, I'm young Eric. Look at me with my fresh new haircut. I would feel insane and silly if I did anything like that. That's not my style, That's not how host Eric rolls. Oh yeah, I mean, I cannot even tell you how much shit I lost, Lou. I don't even know where. I don't know if it got stolen by some, movers in process, or if I accidentally threw some stuff. I don't know what happened to it all. I can't even count the number of things I lost. Fortunately, I'm not super attached to my objects, or I'd be upset about it, Oh, look at this kitty. Tell me that kitty isn't adorable. Oh, yes. Yes, you are adorable. Yes. You're an adorable friend. Yes, but you're looking all angry now, huh? Okay, well, Daddy's gonna pet you. Yes. Okay, angry eyes. If I had tried one more pet, he would have scratched me. He's got angry eyes. He doesn't like me bothering him when he's resting. What did I come in here for you? I need. Oh, those are in the other room anyway. I need more antacids. I've got stomach acid going on right now, which is not fun. Makes me feel kind of pukey when I have stomach acid, you know. I see no point in separating mind from body, one being the projection of the other. Then the body is not really localized, only phenomenally localized. Yeah, I agree. There's no correct understanding of consciousness that doesn't involve both the metaphysical and physical components. And that's what people try to always do, is they try to totalize one or the other. You got like Manu John coming in here and saying, nothing is anything, right? And then what you say is, if there's no indication that anyone owns it, I should presume it's public space, retard. That's what you tell him. He has the burden to put signs up to indicate that it's private property. It's like, should you not walk down the sidewalk because you're not sure who owns it? It's ridiculous. You go over there with both middle fingers. Tell him, listen, fuckface, I have no reason to believe you if you don't even put any signage up. You know, the onus is on the owner. You say, I think you're just lying. I have no reason to believe you at all. If you were actually a property owner, you would have put signage up, obviously. If you care about it and stuff. So I think you're lying. I don't think you own this property. You know? I've got as much reason to assert that. The thing is, well, how do you know that? How do you know that, Hero Lamb? Because he told you? Snow markers? I mean, that does not, you're not supposed to be able to read these subtle cues like that, okay? That's not how it works. You should go right back over there and say, I've decided you're lying. I don't think you own this land. After all, if you did and you wanted to keep people off it, you would have put a fence up and or signage of some sort. Since you didn't, and you apparently care so much about who's on this land, you must be squatting and lying. Let him call the cops. Well, I would have shoved his bullshit right down his fucking throat where it belongs. Tell him to suck it. You know, it's like I pulled over one day. Yeah, I know, Hero Lamb. I don't mean to get you into any kind of trouble. You made the wise choice. You made the wise choice. It just makes me mad on your behalf, okay? Um, like I pulled over on the side of the road, on the public part of the road for sure, okay? Um, to take a picture the other day of this little shed thing. It was on somebody's property that I thought was picturesque, you know, like kind of falling apart, dilapidated old kind of barn looking thing, right? And this guy who owned it was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was like, "Are you talking to me? What are you doing?" "I'm taking a picture." "Of what?" "This building here? I don't believe I'm on your land, am I?" And then he just shut up. Fucking people, I tell you. You let me do what I'm doing, and you worry about what you're doing. motherfuckers. You know? Yeah, you've got to go through, you got to be prepped, right? You got to know that you're going to win the argument for sure, and why, and how. And you need to have accounted for all the possible ways this could play out, right? Yeah, I wonder if the guy at Costco Earth cars too. It's like, yes, I get it. This building is on your property that I'm taking a picture of. That does not mean you can prevent me from taking a picture of it. Well, if there's possibly going to be cops involved, Carlos Paiva, I don't think you want to just wing it. I've seen one. Yeah, I've seen them multiple times. Sometimes discretion is a better part of valor. I remember one time I was in El Monte, which is a pretty gangy area, and we pulled over like by this wash thing, and just were standing there. Like me and Abraham were just standing there. It was like sunset. I don't know. He was talking about, I think, Susie maybe, and then this like gang member came up from out of the wash and was like, "What are you doing here?" Yeah. Obviously, I was in the right. I'm not even in the wash. I'm just standing off by the side of the road near this wash, which is like gang territory, just chatting with Abraham. I don't remember why we pulled over there, um, but we did. I did not push back against that guy, even though I was in the right. I was just like, okay, I'll leave. Goodbye. I don't need to deal with that, like, obvious Mexican cartel kind of gangbangers person because I happen to be standing somewhere they don't want me to stand. It's not worth it. Why bother fighting with that sort of thing? They're crazy, violent, etc., and they're not going to respect my right to stand there at all. And it won't do me any good to win the legal argument or have the police be on my side because I'll be stabbed by that point, you know? You hate your procrastination? Um, I feel you. I know that feeling. When I used to have to do a lot of stuff that I didn't want to do, I really procrastinated a lot more. Now that I don't have to do a lot of stuff I don't want to do, um, I find myself not nearly so procrastinating, you know? It's funny how that works. If you're not doing stuff that you hate, it's it's a little easier to get shit done. If you consider this getting something done, me live streaming, wow, this is so easy for me to get something done. I never procrastinated about this. Couldn't be any easier. Why? Because it's not, I don't have, I don't dislike it. Of course, I get that we can't in life spend all of our time doing things we like in general. Most of my life was like that. I had plenty of time spent doing things I didn't like, lots of it, maybe the majority of my time, you know? And that's being generous about the things of work that I liked, you know? I keep you company. Sure, that's a value, huh? It's a value to me that you guys keep me company, that's for sure. It's why I'm so happy out here physically isolated in the woods. If I were socially isolated as well, I don't think I'd be very happy out here. I like to stream. Yeah, I mean, I could say I procrastinate things I want to do, but what I'm really saying there is a lot of times I'm not really sure what I want to do. Some things are a no-brainer. Do I want to stream? Yeah, I do want to stream. It wasn't always so much of a no-brainer as it is right now, because right now there's all this growth in the channels, unprecedented growth, and that's obviously very encouraging. Makes me want to stream even more. But even before I had any encouragement like that, when I had active discouragement for years with total lack of growth, I still streamed probably way more than just about anybody else. Unless somebody's purposely trying to be like, I'm going to stream the most number of hours. I'm not doing that. This is just how I live. I like to hang out with you people on the internet and talk about stuff. It's my most comfortable activity. No, Boba Fett, you got it entirely wrong. Fuck typology. I mean, it's a topic that's going to come up around here. But the whole point, the thing I keep saying and expressing that is most salient is that in the status quo, I'm attaining results without trying. You're like, try. No, Boba Fett, you're missing the point. What makes this so amazing is that I'm getting results just by being me without trying. You know I'm not going to sustain trying. You should know this, Boba Fett. By now, I am not going to sustain anything that requires trying. No, no, Boba Fett, I don't want to make only the cool kids allowed in here, okay? I want everybody to be welcome here as long as they're cool, right? Not the other way around. Not exclusive, inclusive, but protective of the community's comfort and stuff. So I have to remember that sometimes when I'm having fun playing around with some troll or whatever, they're making other people in the chat feel uncomfortable or whatever. So I have to manage that a little bit, but by and large, I want this to be inclusive, not exclusive. I know it is what a wonderful thing. It is truly a blessing. If a gang member ever asks you where you're from and you aren't from his gang, there's no right answer, so get out of there. I don't remember exactly what he said. He just sort of he made it clear that I will, me especially, but because Abraham was Mexican at least, but I needed to go away. So I just said, okay, you don't seem like a reasonable fellow. I'm not going to try to discuss this with you. No, it's amazing up here. There's no graffiti or anything. There's hardly ever even any people out in the national forest around here. It's crazy. We can even go out on the weekend and maybe run into one person, go out driving in the roads for hours. Well, Simple Girl 357, thank you for saying that. And it's also the case that this is, well, it's an evolution over time. I used to be more reactive than I am now. It's easier for me to do it in this context because there's like a benefit in terms of perception management on my part slash media whatever for me to be kind of bulletproof. What do I think about Operation Northwoods? Well, if I remember correctly, it was a false flag operation run by the CIA, right? And what I think about it is it's obviously horrible that anybody purporting to represent America, Americans, would participate in any kind of inside job kind of um, conspiracy that takes American lives in exchange for purportedly desirable goals that are larger than that. It's insane to do like that kind of secret conspiracy and stuff. It's utilitarianism run amok. I don't believe I said evolutionary. Oh yeah, I did actually. You're right. My approach to negativity is evolutionary. It has evolved over time. The old man landowner guy wasn't rude necessarily, he was just wrong, but it's lose lose. You have to pick your battles. True. Well, I'm sorry that your mom called you that. Your mom called you that. I'm going to go ahead and remove your comment because YouTube's not super partial to hate speech. Negativity is subjective. I don't really think so, Boba Fett. People come in with sometimes very overt hostility, you know, and other people come in um, with overt, like, FE, hey, it's nice to, like that stuff. It's not, it's not subjective, but it's also not reducibly determinate. I can't establish for sure for everyone's benefit that Mia is negativity, whereas Mia is not. But that doesn't make it subjective. That just makes it holistically determined. Wow. High five, Boba Fett. Looks like we reached common ground. How about the Bilderbergs and their forest redwood meetings? Moloch the owl god. I don't I don't know about Moloch the. Oh, you're talking about you're talking about Bohemian Grove? I've heard about it, but I don't really remember any of the specifics of it. I didn't read this. I'm gonna say I read um, a Reddit post, but actually I didn't read it. It was read out loud to me by a YouTube video. Uh, and basically, the redditor purported to be somebody who had worked for Jeffrey Epstein. And the thing is, uh, the the story that person told was very first name, last name. I'm gonna let that one slide because it's just funny. Uh, anyway, it sounded very believable and also horrible. I don't think that all of the billionaires or all the rich people are engaged in that kind of garbage. I think some of them do. You know. I mean, you gotta be so dumb to be all in to go into that shit, right? To be like into this secret mask or ritual shit. You just have to be dumb as fuck to be into that. That's all it boils down to. It just proves to you that just because they're rich and powerful doesn't mean they're not dumb as fuck. No, I don't think it's fair to say that all the billionaires know of such things happening in their circle because I don't think billionaires is a circle. When I talk about a bunch of wildly independent people, your most successful people who have large amounts of money are used to being, the smartest man in the room, the one that everyone listens to, and that's it. And they all are like that. Either they have some kind of monolithic shared interest positions or whatever. It is true for some of them who want to use their wealth slash power to purely to pursue their own interests and ends. Those are your dumbest ones anyway, right? Because smart people don't. Smart people have more nuanced approach to things than that. But I mean, you can see how like only the weakest and dumbest of the super rich and powerful would ever play around with some stupid masked society thing. You have billions of dollars. Where the fuck are you fucking around with that garbage for? You don't need to do anything like that. You don't need to control the world or whatever. You got everything you want to do. You can control the world in perfectly legal ways by spending money on billboard campaigns, etc. Why do you need to be in some secret society to make decisions that like it's so dumb. That's the problem with a Sunday. You know, obviously, someone's using some kind of power tool, making an annoying sound. If I were a super $100 billion person or whatever, I would not have any inclination whatsoever to join some secret society of other billionaires. I'd be like, okay, cool, you got billions of dollars too. So you busy yourself with your billions of dollars like I'm busying myself with my billions of dollars. No, I don't want to put on a mask and hold candles and sacrifice virgins. I'm not completely retarded. It's like people who worry about these cabal of billionaires and stuff. Do they ever ask themselves this question? Would I do that if I were a billionaire? The answer for every one of us is no. Why do we imagine those people are so different than us? God, the Chainsawing is super annoying. Okay, you've chainsawed my ears off now. I'm going back inside my soundproofed house. Those neighbors across the street, they're loud as the Proud Family. I don't know if you've heard about that show. I've never seen it, but I'm assuming they're loud in it. Well, I mean, some of the rich and famous people do engage in that because they have the capacity to do more kinds of crazy hedonism stuff than regular people do. And so some of them pursue that course, but only some percentage of them are like weird sex obsessed retards. I do sleep, I just didn't sleep last night. I don't even know what that means, Boba, but I'm sure it's offensive. How can I prove creation is wrong? Well, this is a misleading title. The true title is Evolution is not an explanation for anything. Neither is creationism. They're not explanations. They don't provide us information about why and how things came to be the way they are from some previous state of being. They're not a real explanation that, like for example, what's a good example of an explanation? Um, uh, I'm trying to think of something real simple that we have a real concrete um, understanding of. They ain't leaving anyone alone. Yes, they are. They're leaving you alone completely, Carlos Paiva, and me too. That's such bullshit. Just because they have impacts in the world, so do we all. That does not comprise not leaving people alone. Right. Not only is it the case, what Sean L says, some stuff they might do might be wrong. Not only is that, yes, that's the case. Also, what he says here is not his responsibility to prevent them from doing whatever it is they do. Also the case. And thirdly, the case, they're no more or less likely to be bad than any other people. They just, when they are bad, unfortunately, they have more power, right? No, it's not everything that affects me is my responsibility, Carlos, obviously. In other words, if you come up and punch me in the face, that's not my responsibility. That's your responsibility. No, evolution does not explain evolving animals. There are no evolving animals. Every blue jay on the planet gives birth to another blue jay, not some changed version of it. No, it's not my responsibility to defend myself. I may or may not defend myself. I'm morally entitled to if it's self defense, but I don't have any duty to do that. That's insane. You need to understand the difference between duties, morally permissible things, and prohibitions. These things are all cut and dry. It's nicely parsed out. The work's already been done for us by other people. You don't have to trust me about it at all. No, you're just using words sloppily, Carlos. I don't have any responsibility to defend myself at all. And if you attack me, all the responsibility slash liability slash culpability lies with you, not with me. I have the opportunity to use force in a legitimate way in self defense, which means my use of force won't get me in trouble should I use it. I certainly have no obligation to use it. It might be wise for me to use it, but the notion that I have a responsibility to do that is insane. It's just, you're pretending as though the word responsibility doesn't mean anything specific. Can someone explain the title of the stream? Well, what I'm saying in the title of the stream is that neither evolution nor creation explain where species come from. Real life does work like that, Carlos Paiva. So if you attack me and I don't defend myself, I'll be dead, and you'll be responsible for my death. You'll be tried for murder. True, I will suffer the consequences of not defending myself, assuming defending myself is going to prevent those consequences. Regardless, I will not be responsible for the consequences. How doesn't creation explain what religion? I'm Christian. I'm saying it doesn't provide an actual explanation. So an example of a real explanation would be, oh, I come in the house, I turn the light switch on, there are no lights come on. What's going on? Well, the explanation could be the power went out. The house doesn't have any power, right? The explanation could be the light bulb burned out. The explanation could be I forgot to pay the electricity bill, and so we don't have any electricity. The explanation could be the light fixture itself broke rather than the light bulb. Okay? One of those explanations is correct. We can test this in various ways. For example, I can check to see if the whole house is out of electricity by trying a different light. If that too doesn't work, and then maybe trying a third, but try a bunch of things, none of them seem to work, then it's pretty obvious at that point that the problem is the house is out of electricity, which narrows it down. Did I forget to pay the bill, or was there a windstorm that knocked something down? Right? Regardless, there's a correct explanation, and we understand what an explanation is, right? That it provides us clarity about how and why this thing happened, and we can test it to determine if it's correct. Faith, being a Christian requires you, if you want to be an honest Christian, to not use argumentation regarding God. Because remember, if your relationship with God is based on some sort of objective facts, you are not engaged in faith, which definitionally is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So when we remember that faith is fundamentally a behavior when done properly, rather than a set of arguments or a strategy of argumentation or a position that one affirms or negates, right? It's a relationship with God. Like you wouldn't say, prove to me that jogging exists. Because you say you want to go jogging, but I don't believe in jogging. I don't think it exists. You would never have that argument, right? You say, well, you can believe in it or not, I'm going jogging. See you later, right? You don't feel any need to affirm or negate jogging to go jogging. Okay, Carlos Paiva, you're purposely not defining things at all. There are affirmative moral duties / sometimes legal duties, such as contractually attained ones. If I go through it, I don't even want, this, you're just being fucking, I've explained this enough to you. You know this shit. If you haven't remembered it, fine, I could go over it again, but I don't want to go over the basics of moral reasoning again. And you should know better, for fuck's sake. So, if defending yourself is a responsibility, what if you have reason to believe that by not defending yourself, you have a better chance of surviving? Are you still responsible to defend yourself? If you think by not defending myself and playing dead as quickly as possible, I have a better chance of surviving. That's my best chance. That's my best strategy. Do you still have a responsibility to defend yourself in that circumstance? Well, the thing is, I think most people at some point do fight back, right? But they may or may not be successful in defending themselves. Because most people are civilized people, they're not expecting violence to be used against them. It's going to take them by surprise. They're going to be slow to react. They're not criminals, they're not accustomed to use of force. Depending on circumstance, it may be wisest to just comply with an aggressor and escape as soon as possible. That very well might be the wisest course of action. The notion that there could be a universal responsibility to defend yourself is insane. There are no universalizable positive obligations like that except contractually obtained ones. And that's one to grow on, Carlos Payadas. So I hope you're growing on it right now. Words have meanings for a reason, so that we can make real points. Not so that we can confuse things by using words wrong. It's like, you wicked old woman! Why didn't you fight back when that big young man punched you in the face? You are wicked for failing to fulfill your duty to defend yourself. I was terrified and had my arm broken. I don't care, old lady. You failed to fulfill your universal obligation to defend yourself. This is the crazy world of Carlos Paiva. Obviously, no such obligation could possibly exist. I think you mean fewer are dying, Lou. Fewer are dying from starvation and malnutrition. Probably. Fewer what? Bees? Yes, I have a penis. None of these comments or what you're saying makes any sense. I may have joined the chat at the wrong time. Well, what I was saying right there wasn't about evolution. It was about Carlos Paeva's insane claim that there's some universal moral obligation to defend yourself. Yes, self-defense is always morally legitimate if it's proportional and legitimately self-defense, but it doesn't mean you're obligated to do it. That's what we're talking about right now. But if you want me to address the evolution creation topic, my point is neither provides an adequate explanation that we can test and validate. Evolution's made predictions, they've been tested, but they've falsified. And then, scientists have changed the mechanism and various elements of what purportedly is evolution kept the name and still haven't explained where species come from. Same with, obviously, creation is not an explanation either. Explanations need to genuinely clarify the mechanism by which something occurs in ways that are testable, verifiable, that over time become ever more solidly affirmed by multiple cross referencing things, checking and confirming them. I'm not defining morality objectively, okay? I'm telling you how we can use these terms to draw distinctions between different things. I'm telling you how the terms are actually used to actually draw distinctions between different things. Whether or not you think it objectively exists, we can refer to, as you are here, a universal obligation. Or we could refer to a particular obligation, say a contractual one. We could refer to something that's permissible but not obligatory. And we could refer to something that's impermissible. Whether it objectively is or not is not my point. We use these terms to make real distinctions between distinct ideas. Refusing to acknowledge those distinctions exist is insane. No, Carlos Paiva, I don't have to objectively know what color brown is to be able to draw distinctions between brown and green. And I can draw distinctions between sad and happy, even though they're the most subjective things in the world. Isn't that amazing how we can do that? We can draw distinctions between things that are not objectively true. Isn't that amazing? I can say I like pizza, but I don't like fish. Totally subjective, yet a real distinction that can be drawn. Strange how that works, huh? Okay, Carlos Paiva, you're just throwing around words willy-nilly like you're pulling them out of your butthole and they're poops, but they're extra sticky, gross poops. So just stop it until you do a little bit of research on the subject. It's not like this is stuff I'm coming up with, okay? These things have been parsed out, all the possible ways to look at it, right? It's already been done. What's up, man? What's the talk? Well, right now, Carlos Paeva is playing collapse to relativism. The last the last gasp before admitting defeat. So, Well, the thing about objectivity and subjectivity is that we use the terms in a couple of different ways. When we're talking about a person being objective or subjective, we really usually mean is whether they're taking a disinterested calculus, like a referee in a game or something, or an interested calculus, like a coach in a game, right? And Carlos Paiva, remember, you're the one who said that people have a universal moral responsibility to defend themselves. That claim is predicated on the notion that such things exist, universal moral responsibilities. Well, I'm not saying that's the totality of the definition of objective and subjective. I'm saying when people refer to other people being objective or subjective, what they're saying is they're either being biased or unbiased, right? Or they're saying you're taking a genuinely disinterested calculus on the matter. In other words, you've got no horse in the race, or you're taking an interested calculus. You want things to go a certain way. That's what people normally mean with objective or subjective when they talk about people. When we talk about data, it's different. So if I talk about this live stream comprising objective data, all I'm saying is that we can all access the data equally. It stays there. You could, if there was some argument about something that was said, You could access it, I could access it, I could clip it, I could show, see, I did say this, or oh, you were right, I didn't say that. That's objective data, not because what I'm saying is objective or anything like that. It's simply because it's data that we can all access equally, and it requires no referencing of something that none of us can access. Subjective data, something like my feelings, I might say I'm happy. You afford me the status of true to that just by default because you don't even have access to the data that I'm referencing, namely my subjective feelings. So, as you can see there, when we use the term objective and subjective to refer to data, what we're referring to there is the accessibility of information to all parties equally. If it's objective data, if it's subjective, that we're referring to data that only some parties can access. Kira Vicencio, hello. The boner contains no bones. This is all, it's all this lonely nonsense. What's lonely nonsense? I mean, um, I don't need to know what morality is. I already falsified your claim that there's some sort of universal obligation to defend yourself by putting up plenty of counterexamples where it makes no sense, right? If it's truly universalizable, then there can't be any counterexamples. Like there's a universal obligation to respect another person's bodily integrity. In other words, I can't go stab you, right? At least non-consensually. That universalizes. It's true in every instance. That's what it means to have something that's an obligation or a responsibility. It's that you don't get to have exceptions. So by providing a counterexample, I proved it's not universalized. Am I in jail? No, I'm at my house. How old am I? I'm 52. Dominic Ramsey says listening is learning. Well, it may be dumb, Carlos Paiva, but argumentationally, it is a counterexample and does falsify your claim of universality. So I'm not playing word games either. I'm dealing with you straightforward, directly, honestly about the subject. You might not think, you might say, well, no moral claims can universalize, really. Okay, but some do mechanically, right? And some don't. Regardless of whether you agree that the mechanics are indicative of anything, we do have to agree that some do mechanically and some don't. And since you're making moral claims, any claims you're making are predicated on your acceptance of there being a correct calculation of morality. After all, you're claiming to be making the correct calculation of it. So you can't collapse to relativism. So I'm sorry, Carlos. I know it's frustrating to deal with me sometimes, but I again reiterate I'm not doing any kind of word games here. I'm simply being correct and correcting you about this matter. I would not do anything as evil as play word games with something as important as the truth. It's certainly about normative reasoning, you know. I'm not going to play around. You can trust me in that regard. I would not play around with something like this. I will tell you the actual truth. You might think you understand better than I do, but you clearly don't because you're not familiar with the way that normative ethics works. It's in the status quo understanding of it. If you don't understand that, then you're obviously not prepared to deviate from that status quo. And that's fine. You know, Our greatest moments in life, Carlos, are when we put down our ego for a second and learn, even though it's difficult. My times of greatest growth were working under Mr. Samuelson as mentor teacher, and after some initial resistance, thinking I knew best, saying, "Okay, Eric, check your ego here and just learn, because actually you don't know what you're talking about regarding this teaching thing, and this guy is a fucking expert at it. You just think you know what you're talking about." And then again, when I had to quit drinking, it's like, okay, Eric, yeah, you can argue with AA book all you want, but you're going in here to listen to what these people say to do and follow their instructions, because you need to stop thinking you know everything, and you need to humble yourself and learn. Well, I don't do that very often anymore. Maybe that's to my detriment. Because I've spent sufficient time already doing it, right? In a lot of different ways, in a lot of different contexts. So it's very easy for me to learn from people now. It doesn't require me to humble myself, because I'm not trying to tackle big things that I don't know anything about, right? But those are our biggest growth phases. You're fortunate. You can choose to make that growth right now. I'm not in a similar position. Well, it doesn't really matter where morality comes from, right? That's never the point of any argument, is where morality comes from. The fact is, people do make moral calculations, and they do it in different ways. And when we break down what those ways are, different kinds of claims people can make about it, it's pretty straightforward. Well, it's irrelevant to the claim you made, Carlos. Hello, Mr. Xander. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. No, you don't have to establish where something comes from to meaningfully discuss anything about it. So, like, oh, hey, this balloon fell down from the sky out of my house. I don't know where it came from, but I can still see it's green and has a string on it. I mean, yeah, the golden rule doesn't universalize. The only kind of things that universalize are negative rights. And what we mean by that is that we're all comfortable with saying that's a crime or that's wicked based on these conditions. Who all seen the leprechaun say, yeah, I seen the leprechaun? I'm going to draw a picture of it, in fact. Draw a picture of the leprechaun. All right. Here we go. It's going to have these kind of cut off pants. I'm going to start with them. I don't know why we start with the cut off pants, but we do. And I have this kind of big belt buckle. And he'll have these kind of pointy shoes. And then, naturally, he's going to have in his hands well, what do you think he's going to have in his hands? Of course, he's going to have a pot of gold. That's what leprechauns have in their hands. It's how they roll. And then we'll draw the pot here. Pot of gold. Okay. And then he's going to have his crazy Irish leprechaun head. Oh! There we go. This is a leprechaun. Let me show you better, okay? This is the leprechaun. This is the leprechaun you've all been dreaming of for all this time. His name is Hazelwood. Hazelwood the Lep. Hazelwood the Lep. And he's a leprechaun. These pants, by the way, are green. Green pants. And then underneath him, he will walk on ground. Underneath the ground, it's going to say, Happy St. Patrick's Day. See? There, it's done. Eric Strauss. I signed it. Well, what did you think? Greatest picture you've ever seen? I think so. Give him a sword. He's got two hands on his pot of gold. He can't. I could put a sword. Okay, I could put a sword here on his waist, I guess. Like this. There. There. Now he's done. And this can be yours for the low price of $30,000. It's fine art, so you could expect it to possibly appreciate in value. No promises, but it's maybe. You never know. Seems useless to overthink. Well, Carlos Paiva, that's not anybody's soulmate. That's the soulmate of everybody on St. Patrick's Day. I forgot a bandana. He needs a bandana now? Alright, fine. I'm going to tie it around his neck. There. Now he's got a bandana. Okay. Chad Linton, I hope you're happy. Hazelwood the Lep. His green pants, his bandana, his pot of gold, his sword, his happy St. Patrick's Day. A 4-leaf clover. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll make one of his hairs into a 4-leaf clover. There. 4-leaf clover. I'll put on each of the leaves 1, 2, 3, 4. So people know it's a 4-leaf clover. High heel boots. He has. Oh, okay, well, I could put some heels on him, I guess. There. Now he's got heels. Is there anybody here who would like me to draw their soulmate? He's not a hunchback. He's got a leprechaun neck. Leprechauns have necks like this, simple girl. Life isn't fair ever. Well, you know what? That reminds me of the title of one of the greatest albums, not just released in the 2020s, but since 2000, since I'm going to say 1900. The album is called It's Never Fair, Always True. And I want you to listen to it because, simple girl, Johnny agrees with you. It's never fair, always true. Pretty great title for an album, really. Well, it is what it is, but we can see the difference between what is and what could be, right? So it is possible for us to make things better. For example, it's unfair the way my male cat treats my female cat, but I'm making an effort to make it fairer by preventing him from having access to her so he can bully her, you know? So when she comes downstairs and wants to go in the kitchen, I'll shoo him away. Sure, Chad Linton, I will draw your soulmate. Listen, I don't get to choose. This is a magic power of mine, okay? I channel your spirit guides. I see a vision of your soulmate, and then I draw her here, okay? I see it. I see the vision. Clear as day. I see exactly what she looks like. Mm-hmm. Just like this. Just like this, Chadlin. I can really see her. She's a cheerful lady, you know. Oh, hi. Hi, Chad. It's so good to see you again. What's my name? I know what my name is. My name's Linda. It's so great to be spending more time with you, Chad. My name's Linda, and I love you because you're my soulmate. Right here, Chad Linton's soulmate. I'm going to show you, okay? And then what I want you to do is I want you to print out a picture of this picture, carry it around with you, and look for her. Look for Linda. I can't quite get a read spiritually on her last name, but I think it might be something like Car, Carmutin or something. Cormutin with two U's maybe. Linda Cormutin. Okay. So this is Chad Linton's soulmate. Let's take a better look at it. At Linda. I want everybody out there to please keep an eye out for Linda. If you see Linda, let Chad know, because I'm sure he's eager to get busy with his marriage and the rest of his life, having kids or whatever, you know. There she is. This is Linda. She's a chesty woman, quite a chesty woman, but I will say it looks like her right boob was considerably larger than her left boob. But note this, she's the kind of woman who's walking one direction and turns her head back the other way. Says, oh my gosh, what's that? What's that back there? I'm Linda. I'm always looking behind me. Okay. Me, I'm a Muppet? Well, aren't I lifelike? Gregory Bees for a Muppet. Okay. Now, I believe Sean L's daughter would like to see her soulmate. All right, Sean L's daughter. I will draw your soulmate. I will try to channel also his name. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Clear as day. Mm-hmm. I see. This guy is he's a real no-nonsense fellow. He looks kind of angry in this picture. Remember, that doesn't mean he's actually necessarily an angry person. I'm channeling exactly what it looks like right now. He might be mad at somebody in the supermarket or something. And also remember, just because he has this facial hair right now, he could shave. Can't count on him always having the same facial hair. He's obviously, he's got long arms. He may be a basketball player. But I get the sense that he's kind of mediocre. He's kind of slow and clumsy. At basketball, I mean, not at life. Um, Here's some pants he has on. There. Okay. Wearing short pants in this picture. Maybe he is playing basketball right now. Possible. And then he has a shirt on like this. And on his shirt it says, Sean L's daughter's soulmate. And his name, well, he's a Toby. His name's Toby. I don't have a last name for him. I think it starts with an H. No. A J? No. B? Toby Bobobert? Bobobin-y? Bobobin-y. Bobobintobe. Bobobenyob. Toby Bobobenyob is his name. Toby Bobobenyob. Yeah, of those Bobobenyobs. Okay, let's take a look at him now. Let's give him some toes. Toes are nice. Everyone likes toes. Okay, here we go. Sean L's daughter's soulmate, Toby Bobobenyob. Looking pretty cool. You look like you got a bit of a hipster here. He's got a cool look about him. He's tough. It might be sunglasses. Maybe like a monocle style sunglass. There, now now he's wearing cool glasses. See? So just take this picture with you, look around. If you see this guy, that's your soulmate. Just go up to him and say, hey, you're my soulmate. Is your name Toby Bobobenyob? And he'll be like, how did you know my name was Toby Bobobenyob? And you can explain. You have a special spiritual guru to help you identify your soulmate, namely Eric. Okay, so now that we know about Toby Bobobenyob, we can move on to other important topics. As you see, I've been busy with the pictures lately. I think Sean L's daughter may have gotten the hottest of all the soulmates, actually. Toby Bobobenyob. Chad Linton, well, he got... Chad Linton got Linda. Here's this thing. Blue Elvis has Sarah here. The G is silent. This is Chris Chapin's soulmate, Carol. Okay. And this is Clarkson Hughes. I don't remember whose soulmate this was. I didn't write it down for some reason on this one. Clarkson Hughes is a good. Oh, I see. I'm Clarkson Hughes. This is Cody. Cody's a mystery, and he's somebody's soulmate. I don't remember whose soulmate. Maybe it was Natasha, I think. Natasha Ashford Godfrey. That's who it was. And her baby with her soulmate, Tim Harton Parton, looks like this. Okay. This is her baby. This is her soulmate, Tim Harton Parton. And this is Boba Fett's soulmate, Rickshala, the Indian lady. Okay. So I think really Sean L's daughter is winning. Toby Bobobenyob he's a pretty handsome guy compared to all the rest of these. I mean, she should be glad she's not Kevin. Kevin's soulmate, Crystal, here. I mean, everyone's beautiful, but she's not immediately appealing to every taste, you know? Carlos Paeva, he's got a pretty hot girl. He's got Juanita here. Isaiah Rude has Fran. Fran's pretty attractive. So I think really Sean L's daughter wins the contest of soulmates. I think she has the most attractive of all the soulmates. Rickshaw is a classic Indian name, of course. Just like Toby Bobinyob is a classic American name. Well, I do think Tim Horton Parton might give might give anybody a run for their money. He's pretty handsome. Well, have you pointed out to her, Sean L, that she's got like the most handsome soulmate of all of the soulmates? Would she rather have Tim Horton Parton? Okay. Would she rather have Cody here? I think she's doing pretty well. Would you rather have Clarkson Hughes? Ask her to compare against alternatives, not the ideal. Against the alternatives, it's fair to say Toby Bobinyob is looking pretty good. Boba's soulmate? You mean Rickshaw? This is Boba's soulmate, Rickshaw. And she's got a shirt on that says Boba's Boobas. Hi, Bacon Bacon. Well, Toby Bobinyob is going to be so disappointed. He's going to be so disappointed. Well, that's true, Simple Girl 357, until you see a real slick guy like Toby Bobinyob. Then you're like, please, come date my daughter. Well, Toby Bobinyob might be a little old for your 9-year-old. I'm going to admit that. I can't say for sure how old he is in the picture. He could be like a quick developing 12-year-old, I guess. 11 maybe. Best case scenario. Best case scenario, he's 11, Sean L. But already has a little bit of a beard. Jesus loves me? Well, thanks, Jesus. I love you too. Girls tend to choose men like their fathers. I don't think I'm very much like Rachel's dad at all. I'm really quite the opposite of Rachel's dad. Rachel's dad, not to be offensive, not to be disrespectful, but Rachel's dad is weak. And I'm not. Oh, I don't need to worry about treading carefully. I'm much more ultimately forgiving of her parents than she is. Of her mom for being this controlling, narcissistic horror show, and her dad for being weak and getting pushed around all the time. She's more she's more all in on that narrative by far than I am. But no, I can't get. There's no benefits to membership anyway, except for the little what do you call it? Stickers you can use. Yeah, I like Dr. Todd Grande for stuff like that. Hi, Red Rum. Yes, he has. That's true, Mr. Carto. But that's okay. Don't worry. I won't give any mod to either you or him. No, don't worry. I won't even give mods to people I want to give mods to. Like, I think probably Simple Girl would be a fine moderator. But I don't even want to give her a mod. Why? Because it just causes problems and everyone's like, what makes you like, God damn it, it's not a good thing, it's just a task. It's just like now you feel like I have to make a decision. Should I do something or not? Is Eric gonna be like, why did you mail that guy? It's not a fun thing. Unless you want to abuse it, in which case, yeah. React YouTube, hello again. Nice to see you back. I hope your day's going well. I hope you're reacting on YouTube. Buffett, you were literally the worst mod ever. You were the worst mod ever that that wasn't that I can think of. The single worst mod I can ever I can think of anybody really having just absolutely unspeakably bad, impossibly bad at moderating. You're like YouTube should use you as an example of people you cannot trust with moderatorship. Take for example this guy, Boba Fett. Here's the sort of person you do not want to make moderator. You certainly did go above and beyond the Call of Duty. Well, I know you said to just capture the garrison, but I went ahead and razed the whole city to the ground. Figured we're got to get to it eventually. No, we don't. Well, I did it anyway. Okay. What did you think I said? You said nuclear bomb, right? No, I said cuticle, Dawn. I was talking to Dawn. I asked her to get my cuticles. Oh, I thought you said nuclear bomb. Okay, well, you just killed like 70 million people. Well, you should speak more clearly. You don't enunciate well. Mr. Carto, I don't care if you've done any wrongs as a mod or not. Okay? It doesn't matter. I don't want you to be a mod. Yeah, Boba Fett is fun. If you want to have like a wild roller coaster ride, let Boba Fett be moderator for a day or so. And I'll have to go, who the fuck did he hide? I'm going to have to go into the hidden people thing, unhide these people. No, 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 no. If you want a roller coaster ride of excitement, then that's great. But I don't want that with moderation. You relapsed a few days ago, starting over again, feeling like in a loop. What relapse was which drug? What were you trying to quit and what did you relapse with? I mean, I had many failed attempts to quit drinking before I actually did. The only advice I would have for that is when you stop failing, it doesn't matter you failed before. But if failing before gets you to continue to fail, then, well, you got to make a real decision, you know. No, Mr. Cardo, I don't want a pet monkey that gives me free cotton for money. Oh, fentanyl. Don't do that. Why? Where did this shit come from? Out of the woodworks, all of a sudden, everybody's doing fentanyl. That's a poor drug to do. What is it like in a panic? Why? What is attractive about it? Did it make you just kind of like nod off, or what? Does it make you feel like fully relaxed? Yeah, it's either an opiate or an opioid. One of those two things. And it's particularly dangerous because I think it seems like the dosage, the difference between effective and from effective dose to fatal is pretty thin band there, you know. So I think that's what makes it dangerous. Not about addicting; it's the withdrawals that are unbearable. I mean, you only get withdrawals from it once you become addicted to it, right? Basically heroin, huh? Well, I mean, I never experienced any. I experienced one positive drug experience on opiates, which was this codeine cough syrup I had one time. Drank a bunch of it. I was like, wee! And then I was just unbelievably sick the next day. Just shockingly sick. Like the worst hangover, car sickness feeling that I've had ever for like 24 hours. I wasn't addicted to it, but it made me super sick after it wore off. K, yeah, K's cool. I like it. It's chill. I like it with Adderall. I don't like it by itself. Rachel really likes it. Rachel's like, ketamine. But obviously, probably for the best. We're not able to get it, so, you know, she rarely has the opportunity to engage with it such. But she's a big fan of ketamine. I can kind of take it or leave it. Also, some ketamine is better than other ketamine, you know. Alcohol withdrawal is the only thing jails and hospitals will treat. They give a benzo so folks don't have a seizure. Well, you know, when I quit drinking alcohol, I didn't have any physical withdrawals or anything like that. I just had like hyper sweet tooth where I just eat candy all the time. Just, I mean, an unbelievable amount of sugar. You would not believe how much sugar I ate when I quit drinking alcohol. I don't really have that much of a sweet tooth anymore. You know, it's like I guess my body got, or however, I don't know why they would be like that. Like, is there something in alcohol that makes your body have some sort of sugar deficit so that when you quit, then you have to make it up with a bunch of new sugar? I don't know. I don't know why it works like that, but you know, I've heard it from plenty of other people too. The same experience of when they quit drinking, getting super candy. Just I certainly had that experience. My body was craving dopamine. Huh. Well, I should have been eating Adderall instead of candy. Buddhism works better than what? Than Jesus Christ? Well, I'm not sure either Buddhism or Jesus Christ are meant to be evaluated on so utilitarian a calculus. Buddhism won't work in eternity. Are you not allowed to meditate in heaven? Right. Why do they have to inhibit my reuptake of dopamine? Why can't they just give me a bunch of extra dopamine? Well, meditation may work, Alex Artist. But I think what Max is saying is that it's not allowed in heaven. So you're going to have to put away your heathenism before you go to heaven. I've seen quite a few young people die from alcoholism. That's really sad when that happens. Like Amy Winehouse or whatever. Makes me grateful I wasn't that bad of a drunk. What about sitting cross-legged with your hands like this? Is that acceptable if you're praying Christian prayers? Bunny's Fun Time, what is going on is history's single greatest live stream happening right now before your eyes, before your ears. You're experiencing it. Your hands are soaking in it. You're here. Hallelujah. Yeah. You might get demoted to purgatory for like as much as maybe 40 years. The truth is universal. No religion is universal. The closest to something universal is meditation. I thought you said the truth was universal. So, isn't that closer to something universal than meditation? There are no strictly regulations for prayer positioning today. Oh, so I could pray like this. Oh God, praying to you. Fucking turkeys are back. Look at these fucking things. You turkeys. You turkeys remind me a lot of peacocks, I have my doubts about you. Oh, look at those feathers. Look at that. That's some hot turkey action, you guys. Score. What a score. I hope you're appreciating this hot turkey action. Yes, you're a sexy guy. You sexy turkey, you. Oh, look at that. He is showing his stuff. Wow, what great turkey action. We get the feathers and everything. And the red thing that dangles down, whatever that's called. Boy, anybody who's not here right now is missing out on some of the greatest wildlife action we've ever had on stream. This turkey is not just here with all of the lady turkeys. He's putting on a show for us. He's strutting his stuff. He's like, I know I got it all going on. It's Thanksgiving every day of the year. Look at my feathers. Look at my head. I am the king of these ladies. You better watch out, other male, second male, because I'm the king. Like, okay, you can go over here now. We're getting closer. They're right there now. Fun, exciting. Wild turkeys. It's a wild turkey parade. I could shoot one of those and eat it. I have a rifle too. I could totally do that. It's legal to shoot these things, unlike peacocks. Horrible peacocks. I don't want to shoot one of them. But if they annoy me enough, maybe I will. Okay, get out of here, you birds. You birds are too peacock-like, ultimately. Get out of here. Shoo. Shoo away, you birds. Shoo away. Go on. Shoo on. Shoo. Get out of here, you. Shoo. Go on. Go on, you turkeys. Go on. Okay. I got rid of the turkeys. Because they poop. Like they're like peacocks, basically. Except they're better because they're a lot easier to shoo away. They might come back, but if I like threw a rock at them, they'd go away for sure, you know. If you startle them, they fly. They fly up across the gully and into the trees and stuff. Peacocks are just like look at you until you practically kick it, then they'll like fly 5 feet and then just sit down again. All right, please name Sir my Lord Turkey for you. I don't know. Those are turkeys. I don't know what that turkey's name is. I suspect it's like Magnus. I think that turkey's name is Magnus. What's bad juju? Shooing away turkeys? No, it's not. I don't put when the turkeys come, they prevent all the other woodland friends from getting anything. The other woodland friends are scared of the turkeys. Why? Because the turkeys are so much bigger than blue jays and squirrels and little birds and stuff like that. I don't put out woodland cutlets for the turkeys. Normally they don't come around here. But because they rarely come around, I let them be here this morning. I filmed some shorts of turkeys, then they came back this afternoon. I have a BB gun. I thought about going and getting it, in fact, but I remembered that last time I looked at it, it didn't seem to have the thing that's supposed to go there, and I don't know where it is. And it's just like, ugh. I'm going to get a different BB gun because don't get one of those dumb cartridge BB handguns. First of all, they've got no accuracy. Second of all, they require you to buy those air cartridges. Get one of those pumped BB rifles like Cameron has. Those are way better. And so accurate. Good morning, Rachel, darling. How are you? I hope you're as well can be. I hope you're feeling happy and free. Are you still feeling sick with the cold? I'm sure you are. But second question, how's your back? Since you seem to be subjected to an onslaught of maladies at the moment. I'm about to go poo. Oh, this is gonna be a good one too. I've been needing this poo probably for more than one day. Hopefully it's a good one. Hopefully it's not another false alarm poo. I'm so done with false alarm poos. Yeah, I'm an American. You might call me Californian. Either of those would be correct because I'm a citizen of two different states. The United States of America, which is a nation state, and California, which is technically my state, I live in. I was originally envisioned the top level of sovereignty for me. It was supposed to be California, but the scope and scale of the federal government increased dramatically with the Civil War. And America kind of evolved from a federation of independent states to a conventional nation state. But I identify as both an American and a Californian. I don't like California's governance, but I love Mariposa County. But, ultimately, California, in terms of bad governance, is actually not as bad as people think. It's not good, but it's not terrible by and large. It's just the whole West Coast is currently burdened so heavily by homelessness. I need to eat some food. I have been eating some, since yesterday, periodically. So, that's good. It's good to take care of myself when I can. Well, that was a pretty good job, butthole. You did a pretty good job of pooping. You got way more poops out this one time than you have the previous 3 or 4 times combined, I would say. So that's excellent work. Poop was a little hard and scrapey on my butthole, but that's fine. All right. Wow. We've really accomplished something worth writing home about now. I've pooped. I pooped a real poop. Maybe not a full colon blow like maybe we would dream of, but indisputably a full poop, not just a partial false alarm poop. Nobody likes those. Hi, beautiful. Not even the False Alarm Society likes false alarm poops. Okay, now I'm going to wash my hands. I could also wash this pot. This is true. Maybe I should wash this pot. Maybe I will wash this pot. First things first, let me wash my hands. Okay. Now we're going to wash this pot. I was smart last night. I soaked the rice pot instead of letting it dry out on the stove like I did the time before, like a big dummy. Which made it a lot more difficult to clean than the pot is this time difficult to clean. I'm going to put some soap here, as per me out. Then I'm going to get this little brush. But it's dirty, so I'm going to put some soap on it as well, as per me out. Then I'm going to squish it around like this. Then I'm going to rinse it, thereby cleaning the brush. Now, I will scrub in here with the clean brush and the soap to soapify this pot. Once it's been soapified, then I'm going to rinse it one last time. And just like that seems fine here. And make sure to get all the soap out of it. If there's a little rice residue on the outside, that's fine. That's not going to hurt anybody. Now, we're going to wipe up this counter. Like that. Put that back in there. Okay. Might as well get some of this stove while I got a paper towel getting stuff. Now we'll throw this one away. Where does it go? Into the trash. This is where all used paper towels go. In the trash. Alright. Now, we've got our pot. It's been cleaned. We're going to put the lid on it. We're going to take this pot and we're going to put it away where it goes. Where does it go, Eric? It goes under here. As you see, it can just go right there. Everything's fine. So I still need to eat a little bit more food. I've had corned beef already today. I had that earlier. I think what I'd like is just a small snack. So now what I'm going to do is teach you how to make a small snack. Hey Rachel! I guess she went back upstairs. A couple salamis. You eat those. And you got one of these little cheeses like this. You put all of them in your mouth. No, you've taken care of yourself, you've eaten, but you haven't had to spend any time cooking anything. And that's one to grow on. And then, in order to maximize your foodiness, you drink a foodie drink, like non-alcoholic beer. Just wanted to remind you, you got your leftover fried rice. It's not fried rice. Regular rice with corned beef on it. I can bring it up to you if you want. Big Dog Mofo, sounds like you want an onions and garlic soda. Personally, I think it's disgusting. Do you want me to bring it up to you? Or if you're not hungry right now, that's fine. Onions and garlic soda. New 7-Up onions and garlic. Mmm. It's like 7-Up, but instead of lemons and limes, it's onions and garlic. I will say, I wish, Rachel, I asked you if you want me to bring this up to you. You would say either yes or no. Because sure, it's like, well, I don't want to bring it up to you inherently. I don't have any objection to it. But if you don't actually know if you want it, then I don't know. You know, it's like, sure makes it sound like, do you want me to bring this up to you? Sure. I may just let it sit there right now. You know? So, here's your leftover. You're welcome. No problem. Here's a fork for you as well.
You're the best. I love you.
I love you too. Sure. Yes, doctor. Oh yeah, we have 7-Eleven around. No, we don't actually have any 7-Eleven around. But I mean, more broadly around, there are 7-Elevens. There are actually no 7-Elevens in Mariposa County. There really aren't very many like chain things. There's a Subway. There's a Rite Aid that I think is closing. You out of Seminci, Drew? I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Seminci? Well, what is Seminci? You missed what I'm making? I wasn't making anything. I was just cleaning a pot. And I took Rachel's thing. I see that Rachel, before I explicated about her sure, had already followed up with clarification. So I didn't see it, but she preempted my whole little thing about sure. Cause she's that kind of special lady. We connect like this, like with our brains. It's a meme. Make Drew's button yet more. Dame drugas. Dale gas. You know, back in the day, I remember some of the more gangstery Mexicans around called methamphetamine Dale gas. Give it gas. Or Dale. You just call it Dale. But it was derived from Dale gas. Probably it's a local thing. I would assume that's not, doesn't generalize to other places, but that was like a El Monte thing, you know. You want some Dale? Why, yes. Why, yes, I do. In fact, that's why I've traveled here to the ghetto to meet with you, young sir. That's precisely why I've come here. I'm sorry, the barrio. Please forgive me. I used the wrong terminology. I just want you to know I respect your identity as a barriite or whatever you want to call it, you know. Appreciate you making this dale gas, as you call it, available to me. I like to give it gas. I'm happy to exchange money for some of this. It'll be a great deal for me. I appreciate it, you know. Relatively close down here in Almani. To a certain extent, that is actually like how I engaged with random underworld people. That was hyperbolically exaggerated somewhat, but I really was like that, kind of like, oh, hello, good to see you. Wonderful opportunity. I mean, it's like, who, they kind of look at me, you know. I was younger and I didn't have YouTube, which allowed me to, you know, like see myself, right? To watch myself, to see how I come across in this way and that way and the other way. And to engage with lots and lots of different people and to recognize more the ways in which people were different than me rather than just projecting my own frame of reference onto everybody and assuming they were the same way, which is, I think, the default that most people settle into. It's just that one of kind of projecting the frame of reference as this standard operating procedure for everybody. Maybe the type that's least likely to make that projection is INFJ, actually, because they're so hyper aware of other people and so hyper unaware of their own subjectivities. Mavis, you're a cool person. I agree. I think you've got that exactly right. I could tell by your coolness, you know. You could tell as soon as I saw it, like, hey, that Mavis is a cool person. Like Corey Feldman cool. I got to endure watching some Corey Feldman videos yesterday. I could not believe how horrible it was. Just I didn't even listen to any of the music. I just watched Corey Feldman pretending to be a rock star or whatever. Horrible. Oh, Corey Feldman. He's just a boring Meldman. That's all you are. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a beautiful feeling. Everything's coming to play. Wow. Good stuff. Jazzy. It's a jazzy day here in Mariposa, full of jazzy wilderness. Oh, yeah. That's jazzy. You know, it's like Dave Matthews once brilliantly said, you crash into me and I'll come into you. That was the day I knew He deserved the Nobel Prize for lyrics because it was so powerfully sensual. And we go, oh, Dave. Well, I said you're not aware of your own subjectivities. I think you may have autocorrected or something to that. You may have meant to say subjectivities. I think you probably did. Greed is terrible. The Doors are mostly terrible. Even though, if you look at Jim Morrison's lyrics in isolation, they're actually not that bad. It's just they're horrible. Like, let's just keep jamming with keyboards and garbage and ugh. Other horrible, horrible bands. I mean, there's so many. Kings of Leon, horrible band, impossibly bad. My sex is on fire. It's because you have VD. You've got chlamydia or something. That's why your sex is on fire. Oh God, it's like you want to talk about quintessential, like in Seinfeld, Elaine used to dance this really awkward dance, and the other characters would be like, "Yeah." Same kind of phenomenon. Watching Kimberly just really get into Kings of Leon, you know, like "Real sex is on fire." Oh yeah, Kings of Leon. This is so hot. Oh my God, how could you possibly think this? This horrible garbage is the worst, lowest dog turd garbage in the world. Picturing Kimberly like being all serious and listening to that song, it just makes me shudder. Like, how could I have survived in that relationship? Oh, how could I possibly have ever been with a woman who liked Kings of Leon? I mean, I was with an ESFJ too. She's the best band in the world with no doubt. She just loved it. That Gwen Stefani is so cool. I don't know. I don't know how I could have done it. I don't know how I ever shared radio time at all with that woman. But we did. We shared radio time. She'd put on her radio station. That's why, because she'd put on Kiss FM or whatever. They'd play some good songs. But, like the ones that she was most enamored with often were horrible. He's a big Justin Timberlake fan, which is fine as long as you're listening to Cry Me a River or I'm Bringing Sexy Back. But otherwise, who is the metal band who threw Bibles out to the crowd? I don't know. Striper? Possibly Striper, yeah. An American Christian metal band from La Mirada. The thing about La Mirada is it has a very old, I think it's probably still going on, speech and debate invitational that I went to when I was in high school and competed at. That's how long it's been going on. So whenever I think about La Mirada, I think about an LA speech and debate invitational. I went and saw Justin Timberlake live with my ex-wife, actually, in Vegas. He was good. He put on a good show, you know. And if you wanted like a show of kind of upbeat, slightly jammy kind of music and stuff, it was pretty good. But Justin Timberlake's problem fundamentally boils down to he only has a couple of good songs, you know. Hi, King of Gold Gaming. Nice to see you. I also saw Prince at the forum before he died, and he was quite good, I must say. And we had pretty good seats too. It was he did this crazy thing where he like played the forum for like 2 months, the same venue in LA, and charged like $25 a seat for every seat in the venue. So we got we Candace got on it right away, and we got good seats. But and he was great. I mean, like he didn't look like he had aged a day, and great live performer. Um, but he did this one thing that just made me go from thinking like, wow, he's killing it, to why the fuck did you do that? He teased the audience. He started playing. And everyone's like, ah! And then he's like, sorry, I don't play that song anymore. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. Then don't play it. Don't tease us. What's up with that? Because, of course, if I could pick any song to see him play, if I could only pick one song to see the guy play, I'd pick Darling Nikki. It's his best composition. It's a brilliant piece of songwriting. It's so strange. I met a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. Caught her at the hotel lobby, masturbating with a magazine. She said, oh, I'd like to waste some time, and I could not resist as I saw little Nikki grind. That morning, Nikki wasn't there. Oh yeah, we're gonna go see LCD Sound System. Rachel and I saw the best concert I've ever seen. Not that long ago. We went to see Johnny. LCD Sound System might be even more fun than the Johnny Show. I don't know. I'm hopeful that when we go see LCD Sound System, I'll be on more drugs than I was at the Johnny Show. Be more into just like dancing. Rachel, I'm gonna have fun. Don't you worry about it. I'm excited to see LCD Sound System. I'm not as into them as you are, but I think I'm more down for LCD Sound System live than I am in tracks because their tracks are long for listening to in the car. But I think LCD Sound System is gonna be rad live. I'm looking forward to it. Also, I mean, it's we only go to the coolest shows. We go to the Johnny Show. We go to the LCD Sound System show, even though we got to go to Bend, Oregon to see them. Because why? Because those are the coolest shows, Rachel. And we only go to the coolest shows and watch the coolest bands. Because we're the coolest people. I spent decades trying to be cool. I finally attained it. Look at me. Finally, after all these years. But now, Eric, you're too old to be cool. But I just got cool. It's okay. Just put on my uncool hat. There. Fine, I won't be cool. I just can't help it. I am that cool, so I just have to deal with it. May not be age appropriate, but neither was starting puberty at age 40. That didn't stop me. We're going to the Kinda tour. They're only playing 10 shows total. I know. That's one of the things that excited me about it. It's like, ooh, limited edition tour, huh? This will make two of them because the last tour we went to, which was not supposed to be limited edition, got canceled shortly after our show. So we're some of the very few people who got to see the official Never Fair Always True tour. Not that many people got to see it. I'm sure he's had other tours, so plenty of people have seen him play. But that particular tour, only not that many people. Potential spam? Oh no. Whatever shall I do? What are your thoughts on the JQ? I don't know what the JQ is. Is it the just queefing? What you doing? I'm just queefing. I like the light in here. I hope LCD Sound System plays New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. Oh, I don't have any thoughts on groups like that, right? I treat all individuals like individual people. There is no Jewish question, quote unquote. You might have very valid critiques of Israeli policy, certainly I do, and a correct analysis of the situation between Israel and Palestine, certainly I do. It has nothing to do with Jewishness, okay? Yes, the Israeli state is a Jewish state. Yes, Palestinians are Muslims. But if you start with the idea that we're going to begin with understanding those groups, then fuck off. Look, there's no Jewish question. Is there a Christian question? Is there a Muslim question? Israel needs to go fuck itself for this ridiculous apartheid state and recognize that it cannot maintain any moral high ground unless and until it affords the Palestinians agency and self-governance without stipulations or terms. Then they can resume the conversation. Until and unless that happens, they need to go fuck themselves. And I don't want Israel to be needing to go fuck themselves. I recognize Israel as the most westernized, reliable ally in the region compared against all the others. And I want them to behave like a civilized country, for fuck's sake. It had nothing to do with Jewishness or Muslimness or anything else. It just had to do with the sensible way that nation states need to conduct themselves. If they want to be considered a free and civil society, they can't maintain as populating of second-class citizens in an apartheid state pending that second-class citizen population agreeing to their terms and stipulations. Ridiculous. So that's my thoughts on Israel-Palestine. I don't have any thoughts on Jewish people because they're individual human beings like everybody else. Just like I don't have thoughts about women or old people or young people or Republicans, Democrat. I don't play those stupid games. I'm Eric. Okay? I'm above all that. Way up here in the safe, clean air of disinterest. I just am correct about things. I don't care about them. Who's YHWY? Your hoe Whitney, yeah? I can't read any of that stuff, Carl Ventura. I don't speak Cyrillic. Okay? I see that Cyrillic, I just think, who is this skibbity bumbleclap? And what kind of crazy talk is that? I can't read that. I'm an American. I speak English, okay? And a little Spanish. That's how we Americans roll. We speak English and a little bit of Spanish. You know, it's a stretch to say we speak a little bit of Spanish even. So just recognize that. Okay? Treat me like you would any other American and assume I have no idea anything of your language. I'm not saying it should be that way. I'm just saying that's how it is. Americans don't speak other languages. We don't need to. We speak English. And a little bit of Spanish. I'm not every nationality, Elaine. I'm every ethnicity. And not at the same time. I'm fluidly transitioning between them all the time. Okay? I'm not, I'm obviously nationality, I'm an American, or you could also call me a Californian, even though that's not my nationality per se. But my ethnicity, I'm Russian, I'm French, I'm Japanese, ancestrally, racially, okay? I'm all of the races at some point. Yeah, I'm not fluidly national. I'm an American. Boba Fett is fluidly religious. He woke up Muslim, but now he's in a juicy mood. So what? You're gonna convert to the religion of juicy fruit? There's more of your Russian words. I can't understand them, Carl Ventura. Who are you talking to? Is anybody understanding them? I don't think so. Algos be watching? What does that say? Pravda? Truth. Oh, I see. Carl Ventura and 3N XY Precab are talking. What's privet mean? Is that like a Russian bidet? Oh ha pike nick chit nya ya Zadarova Zadarova Privyet friend. Oh, well that's a nice thing to say. I don't know what type Elaine is. I mean, I typed her as ENFJ. I spent a lot of time typing her as such. Is it possible I'm wrong? As I said when I typed her as such, you could very easily make a better case for ESTP probably than ENFJ. If anybody wants to tell me she's ESTP, I'm not going to argue with them at all. What are your thoughts on MAGA communism? I don't think that I have answered. I think she's an ENFJ. I continue to say that. But as I said, when I typed her as such, she might be an ESTP. My point is that I have my position. I believe it for reasons I've articulated, but I acknowledge that I can't necessarily win the argument on this one. But ENTP, no, I don't think so. MAGA communism, you mean like Trump's communist ways? He doesn't seem very communist to me. He's kind of extra legal, dismissive of sort of the institutions of a civil democracy, dismissive of checks and balances and stuff. But I would not call him a communist. I don't like either. Pick the one I want. The furthest right folk do want a socialist system only for the natives, but it's true. Well, I'm sure there are some such individuals, but remember, again, we're talking about individuals who are wrong in a whole variety of ways. People are wrong all the time, right? It, we do ourselves a disservice when we start thinking that because this set of individuals are wrong in the same way, they represent some kind of group that we can understand according to their shared wrongness. Well, that does sound nice and TI tool of you, Elaine. This. Oh, don't worry. Feelings don't matter. That's fine. Feelings don't get involved when we're arguing about stuff. That is very TI tool of you. But, you know, I don't want to spend any more time on the questions, what it boils down to. Maybe when you come to visit us and I engage with you in person, I'll have more thoughts on the matter. I'm excited about that. I hope you guys really do come. Speaking of guests, I need to get the keys back from Ruben and Acacia. I'm assuming they'll bring them back before they leave. I don't think they're going to drive off with them. I could go get them anytime, probably. It's not like we need to lock the houses around here anyway. Ruben's plane is leaving tomorrow. I don't know what time they're leaving here. He probably has, you know, under 24 hours before his plane leaves, I would guess. Yeah, he might have an afternoon flight, but you get this general feeling that his plane leaves at like 9 or 10 in the morning. I'm intuiting that from I'm not sure which cues. Maybe I think the fact that they're planning on sleeping in a motel tonight, maybe. Well, I got to see how Ruben doesn't like his 8 slot TE pushed on at all. I was saying to him, uh, hey, you guys should stay until like 7 hours before your flight and then just drive straight to the airport. He didn't want to be told how to do anything like that, even though it was just kind of a casual suggestion. But people don't like their 8 slot being stepped on. It's like one of the few times I can think of him displaying like raised hackles. Obviously, in the most mild possible expression of it. It wasn't a big deal or anything, you know. It's not like I was hammering on his TE endlessly. I tend to instead look to him for TE about stuff. I may be the benefactor, he may be the beneficiary, but I know how to get benefit from others too. I dream of living in a world where everything I want to have happen, I can delegate to experts in the various components of it, you know. Except for the part that I have to do, whatever that part is. Like I was saying yesterday in the stream, I kind of would like to get a male singer to replace me singing, and then get a drummer and a bassist. I just play guitar in the band and get Rachel and the other guy, the male singer, to sing the way I want. And I could even conceivably imagine myself withdrawing from the playing entirely, get a guitarist as well, just be musical director. Because I see myself primarily as a songwriter, you know, not so much as a singer. or guitarist. Although I'm really enjoying playing the guitar lately. 'Cause I feel like it's so good at it. And it's relatively recent that I felt like that because I just not that long ago switched to an electric guitar for the first time in years. Realized, oh my god, my acoustic guitar is so difficult to play. It really was inhibiting my ability to do all kinds of things. Because it was not just my acoustic guitar, it was a difficult to play acoustic guitar with high action, and I played on it for years. Of course, that made my hands way stronger, but I still was limited in what I could do on it. And once I switched over to the electric, it's like I had all this built up potential energy of skills that just sort of kind of folded out over the edges of my playing until I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm so good at the guitar. What's going on here? Well, having a guitar that's not difficult to play makes an enormous difference. There's a kind of intuitardation that I'm guilty of a lot of times. Stupid ass shit like that, right? Where it should be obvious if you take the guitar, if you play the guitar as much as I have played the guitar for many years, if you spend as much time writing songs and making music, that you should get a decent guitar. But I don't believe in gear, right? Like, oh, it doesn't matter what the gear is. I could just play it the same. It does matter a lot, Eric, you fucking dumbass. I love my bass. My bass is great. My bass and my bass cabinet and my bass amp, they sound really good. But I haven't taken any advantage of it. I haven't really recorded with it at all or anything. Maybe this bottle of Adderall. I'll do some music recording. I was fucking around in Audacity earlier today, just doing some ideas and stuff. But it turned out to be a dead end, but that's fine. It felt like I used to feel. First, sorry about that, everybody. I took a phone call. Horse Mumbler wants to discuss, I think, evolution, creation, and stuff. So I'm going to send him a Google Meet link. I'll put it here, actually, in the chat. I think he's watching the stream. So, Google Meet link. Let me find this thing. Here it is. HM. And then I will add guests. Okay, Horse Mumbler. I know it says 2 o'clock, but you can join any time. Oh. And actually, I guess I'll need to have my microphone on over here so he can hear me. This will work fine if he shows up. And we'll see what he has to say, I think, about the subject of evolution and creationism. Hi, Horse Mumbler.
Hi, George.
How's it going?
C'est la vie. Anyway, I wanted to engage in the conversation because I think it's an interesting one.
Okay, so what are your thoughts?
and I think and more to the point, I think you're the interesting guy to have a conversation about it with.
All right, cool. So, what are your thoughts about it?
Um, I'm an INTP, so my thoughts about it are kind of hard to explain without being either very, very verbose or being very good and pithy. So I'll try the latter.
Okay.
I want to find some shared understanding with you. I want to find what we can agree on. I want to share knowledge and perspective so that we can make some statements about our observations of how life has gone that we can both agree on and understand. Because that's all I really care about. Finding agreement and better understanding. I
Okay.
don't care about this or that team.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. But better understanding of what?
What we mean and what we're trying to say about how life got to be how it is. And because life, do we agree that the form of life is significantly different than it was way, way long ago? Or
Well, I
like,
agree. I
I
agree
don't,
that there used to be species that there no longer are, and that
like, I'm pretty sure that there was no such thing as a horse 100 million years ago, or a billion. I know there wasn't any such thing as a modern horse a
well,
million years ago.
we
I'm
can
pretty sure there wasn't any
we
such thing as a
we can
modern
agree there.
horse 100. Say again?
So we can agree on this for sure that the fossil record does establish a succession of extinction events, each of them preceded by development of life forms that were less sophisticated than current life forms, right?
Yeah. So long, long ago, we have low sophistication,
Right.
and we have a trend towards the inclusion of higher sophistication as time goes on.
Yes, we agree on that. Unfortunately, we don't know why, and that's the only real question that matters.
Yes. So being an INTP, I'm also necessarily interested in the signifiers that we use for these discussions, because the symbols matter just so that we are all on the same page or not. So if we, I don't have to.
Or what terms do you think we need? What terms do you think we need to define here then?
I think we need to define evolution. The word evolution, what exactly it means. Because my understanding is that pre-Darwin, evolution just meant the observed trend of the change in, observed along the fossil record, the change in complexity. Clearly, there has been a change over time.
The addition of increasingly complex things. The addition of increasingly complex entities.
Yes.
Right. So if you're saying evolution simply means over time there's an addition of increasingly complex entities, well, then that's fine, but that doesn't explain how they get to be increasingly complex.
Yes. My point right now is just that that's all it used to mean. And then so the question was how, and then Darwin came in and gave his hypothesis, and others have given other. There are many hypotheses,
I mean, I think Darwin's was a good intuitively resonant notion to explain a branching fossil record. It just proved mechanically did not work at all as an explanation.
What do you what do you mean what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is, you want to define evolution, but we need to remember that the actual first term we have to define is species.
Mm-hmm.
And when we define species as the instance where two individuals bear reproductively viable offspring of the same genomic character, then the idea that a species could evolve via change via reproduction like that is contrary to our definition of species. If you want to have a better definition of species that doesn't create that contradiction, that's fine, but I can't think of one. Can you?
I bet I can. Can you give that definition again so that I
Yeah,
so that
two individuals are said to be of the same species when they produce reproductively viable offspring.
that's a bad definition. That's that's a totally bad definition. We can't get anywhere with that.
Okay, well, what makes it a bad definition? Because we see things like ligers, right, or non-reproductively viable
it includes things that don't. It includes things that don't belong.
Okay, well, you define species
Yeah.
then. All right, you think about that for a second. I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette. I won't be able to hear you when I'm outside, okay? But I'll be back in like a few minutes, and you can tell me what you think.
I'll be good. I'll be smoking and thinking outside.
You know, Horse Mumbler is obviously a very smart guy, and I appreciate him engaging in this topic. I just think that he's likely to be barking up a bit of a dead-end tree, you know? Because, I mean, the definitional argument is, I think, is determinate, but it's just the tip of the iceberg argumentationally. But, you know, I like having these kind of conversations, and I like the fact that I'm no longer the high strung person I used to be. I am much calmer in these kind of conversations. I used to get upset or agitated when I didn't think people were being rational enough. I don't have to worry about that for Horse Mumbler. But also, it's like I'm more patient now. I can give him his time to do his INTP thing, which is, you know, he wants to consider all the meows. Horse Mumbler's talking. I don't think he's remembered that I cannot hear him from outside. All right, let's go back in and see what he has to say about his definition for species. Okay, Horse Mumbler, what you got for me?
I've got the first hit from DuckDuckGo.
Okay.
Species, noun 1. A group of closely related organisms that are very similar to each other and are usually capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. The species is the fundamental category of taxonomic classification, ranking below a genus or subgenus. Species names are represented in binomial nomenclature, blah, blah, blah. 2. A class of individuals or objects grouped by virtue of their common attributes and assigned a common name a division subordinate to a genus. 3, a set of atomic atoms, molecules.
Okay, so how do we operationalize that definition? In other words, if we're going to define species as you did, which is read a few definitions, one that says things that have common attribute, that aren't meaningful ways to draw distinctions, right? Like by that definition of common attributes, I could put things of different species in the same group and say they're the same species and meet that criterion. We need something more robust than that, right?
Exactly. We can't put lions and tigers and jaguars and leopards all together and call them a species because just because they're cats and they're big.
So we need then to start with observations about what we can know about species. And one thing that all species have in common, besides the reproductive thing, is they have a certain number of chromosomes and a certain genetic map that expresses variations of it in phenotype and even in genotype, but never exceeds the scope of variation implicit to the singular identity of that genotype. I mean that genetic map or genome, I guess you'd say. So the thing is, no matter how we want to define it, we keep getting stuck in the same place. The evolutionary pressures we can identify all push things back towards the genetic mean. If we let all the dogs go and no people were around, the little dogs and the big dogs would die, and dogs would go back to medium dogs. And that's what we observe. And additionally, if evolution were correct as understood by, say, Darwin or any kind of reproductive selection, then we'd see things with short generations like fruit flies evolving more quickly than things with long generations. We just don't see that. We can't speciate even things with tiny, quick, short generations, no matter how much we selectively breed them, based on any operational definition of species. And given the fact that we can apply more selective pressure than nature ever could, and we can manipulate things with tiny lifespans compared to ours, it falsifies.
I don't know anything as to the truth or falsity of those claims about those lab results, but I do know of examples of speciation that have been observed in nature.
Well, they've been explained as examples of speciation, but nobody's ever observed speciation occur. So, in other words, there are purported examples also of positive mutations, but it's begging the question in both instances.
Say, brother, significant change has been observed.
It's been inferred from the fossil record.
That can be described as and can explain certain mechanisms for the occurrence of speciation.
Okay, it's been inferred from the fossil record. The problem with these supposed mechanisms is you need to present a test, right? That we can actually do, and it makes concrete predictions that if it doesn't meet those predictions, we falsify the notion.
So what constitutes
I mean, dogs are a good example of dogs falsify.
What does speciation mean?
Well, the thing is, right now we don't know why we have different species, why there appears to be increasing complexity from a branching fossil record. We don't know why that has happened. We have no explanation for it. So
We,
we don't even know if we don't
yeah,
even
yes,
know.
no.
Hold on, we don't even know if speciation occurs, right? The idea of speciation is a faulty notion from evolution. We've inferred things that seem reasonable from fossil record, but they haven't proved to test out at all. They don't make sense when you think about them a lot and you check. And I'm a smart guy, you know. Somebody explained it to me. It just doesn't
Should
make
we-
sense.
Okay, I would. What I really want, what I really want and hope to do is try to hit upon and share the information that I think I have. That I think if I can communicate it correctly, will make it make sense.
I mean, yeah, if you can explain evolution to me, I am all in on evolution. If we have an actual explanation where species come from, I am all in on it. I would love that. I would love to have an explanation. Of course, you don't have an operationalized definition of species, and so you're battling up an impossibly tall hill already.
So let's make a good definition of species.
Okay.
I don't have it. I
mean,
don't have.
I think I have a good definition of
dog in this
species.
fight. I'm here.
I don't have a dog in it either. I have a good definition of species, though.
I'd love to hear one.
I told it to you. I've told you two definitions. You can either define a species based on the genetic map, a certain number of chromosomes, and other things like that, or you can define it in terms of reproductive viability, either of which are good operationalized definitions, but neither of which are consistent with notions of evolution.
I don't see how they're not.
Because if, in fact, a species is defined as producing reproductively viable offspring, well, we see in all of our observations, every species always producing more of the same. When we try forcefully for 10,000 years to breed into different species with dogs, there's still reproductively viable offspring between Chihuahuas and Great Danes, even with wolves. So speciation does not occur through reproductive selection, obviously. It just doesn't. There must be some other explanation for it.
Can I give you an example of how it could?
Again, you can give me an example of how it could, but I'm looking for an explanation of how it does.
Okay, I will explain to you one of. So here's the thing: there are lots of different ways that it does. There are lots of different ways that it appears to. So we can't say, oh, it happens this way, because there are many different ways that it can happen. So we can. So when I say a way it can happen, I'm saying I can give you an example, but
Sure.
This is not an exclusion of the other.
Okay, so what are these ways? What are these ways that it can happen? Is reproductive selection one of the ways?
So when it comes to reproductive selection, just when it comes to reproductive selection, there's pre-zygotic and post-zygotic isolation. So reproduction is really complex. There are all sorts of ways in which reproduction can get fucked up and just not work. So pre-zygotic isolation means before the zygotes form and we get the embryonic process. So, but before that, one way for speciation to happen in something simple like a plant, say a grass, a seed mutates and its clock is off and its season for
That's called a sport. That's called a sport. Okay, if the mutation's not deleterious, and you're talking about a plant, for example, a sport is a variation, usually a phenotypic variation of the same fundamental genotype. There's no indication whatsoever that Mendel's P's and basic genetics are in fact responsible for speciation. So yes, you can point out that genetics are real, but that does not account for speciation. We know that almost all mutations are deleterious, and even those that aren't are merely nearly neutral.
Eric, that's not true. You said that before, and we need to
Okay.
we need to address that. It's a simple falsehood.
Okay, so if you Google it, you will find purported examples of positive mutations. But if you look into the reasoning under each of them, it's always just begging the question. It's assuming that because there's this positive thing that has happened in our genome, that it happened by the processes of evolution and therefore represents an example of a positive mutation. I have yet to read anything that is suggestive of anything more powerful than that.
Eric, a mutation doesn't have to be positive not to be deleterious.
I know, that's why I said some are non-deleterious, they're neutral or nearly neutral.
Yeah, so there are examples are legion of mutations that are clearly not, that range from deleterious to beneficial,
Okay.
and yet they're there.
Where is the beneficial mutation you're talking about?
So my point is the beneficial deleterious thing, that's all arbitrary and
no, it's not. Listen, if you're born with a genetic disease, it's because you're fucked up. There's something wrong with you. There's a genome that's supposed to be, right? If you have an extra Y chromosome, you are fucked up. If you have fragile X chromosome, you are fucked up. There's something wrong with you.
yes, but some fucked up things are a problem to the organism, and some aren't.
Correct, but none of them are growing wings. Right? We see in every example of every species we see in the world, them putting out not individuals who are part way to some other species. We just never see that.
Now you're leaping towards other goalposts there.
No, I'm not leaping towards other goalposts. You're not meaningfully defining anything or engaging these arguments in a real way. You're saying, look, genetics happen. There can be mutations here. There can be mutations there. So what? Even if there can be mutations there, that is not explaining the mechanism of how these mutations create increasing complexity and more optimally designed and more sophisticated organisms over time from the same source genetic pool. It doesn't explain it. Just think about population numbers. Anytime you have a population over a certain
Yes, Eric, that's not the explanation, Eric. Please let me try to explain what's going on here.
You said there are lots of different ways that something can evolve, right? Because I'm looking for the explanation, not a bunch of possible things that might impact changing the genome over time according to your frame that you're forcing into place.
Yeah, and Eric, that's the problem. You're looking for the answer.
I'm looking for an actual explanation.
Yes, and here's the thing, Eric. The actual explanation Eric, we do not have, and more to the point, I am not a subject matter expert. You are not a subject matter expert. We do not have the cutting edge vocabulary.
No, I don't need any of that shit. Because what I am an expert at is understanding explanations. I'm an expert at understanding explanations that make sense. I can understand physics explanations that make sense. I can understand all science explanations that make sense except this one. Why?
Because
Because I'm expecting too much of it as an explanation?
you're expecting things to make sense.
Yes. I'm expecting it to perform as a science
to have a
theory.
little more context. There are things you don't quite have the context for. I can tell it's a little hard for me. I have to be a little.
What are the predictions we can test? What are the predictions we can test? Remember, I'm just asking for this to meet the bare minimum necessity of any science theory. And that's the bare minimum for any science theory, right? All right, well, I'll let you think about that while I go smoke again. I'll be back in a few minutes. Fortunately, science, is pretty clear about how to explain things and what comprises legitimate explanation and what you got to do. Whole scientific method thing. Hypothesis. Yeah, the shit we learned in middle school that evolutionists don't seem to feel they need to engage in. It's clearly not an NTP thing. Eric is talking faster than him. I mean, I'm giving him plenty of time and space to talk. I wasn't like bullying him through things. I just, these questions aren't that complicated. If it's really a science theory that makes sense, it has predictions that we can test. Not various ways in which change might happen to a genome. And in fact, genomes do change over time. They get sicker. Human genome is much sicker now because lots of people with various mutations that would have died in earlier times survive and reproduce now. Whereas sickle cell anemia and other things, some things that are not very deleterious, genomes get sicker in that regard. But they don't get more complex. And, to even conceive of evolution explaining species, you have to imagine this ridiculous sequence of purported bottlenecks, founders' effects, populations of two perfectly mutated partners to breed a new population and then bottleneck again. It's insane. It makes no sense, because we can selectively test that way more rigorously than nature ever could, and we don't come up with any results that validate evolution. And it's like, I think here, horse whisperer seems to think I have a horse in this race. He keeps insisting he doesn't have a horse in this race. And I think he's fooling himself. He clearly has a horse in this race. I just want the explanation. My point is, I don't know. That's my position. I don't know where species come from. I don't think anybody does. Anybody who thinks they do just needs to explain it to me. I'm happy to understand anything that makes sense. I think we can agree that thus far, Horse Mumbler has totally failed to explain it to me. Okay, Horse Mumbler, I'm back. I don't remember where we left off, but go ahead.
So, as we stand, I've failed to get anywhere.
It's not your fault. You know, you're doing the best you can, but you can't affirm something that doesn't make any sense.
Because that's the thing. I'm not trying to affirm anything, and that's where I get into trouble with everybody. You see, so often I'm not trying to affirm anything. I'm trying to lay out the context and the definitions and try and get the pieces set up. So often
Okay, well, I think you've done a good job of getting pieces set up.
Set up on the board.
You have gotten the pieces set up. And what the pieces have revealed is that evolution doesn't make any sense.
But no, Eric, I haven't actually. You're arguing.
Well, then explain it to me. Then you said it happened in many ways. Give me the many ways it happens. Just give me the nutshell of each of the ways.
What I want to do is just launch into and try and just autistically do that. But trouble is at present. I think we'll end up talking past each other. You'll want to argue with something.
I'm not talking past you, Horse Mumbler. I'm asking you a question. You said there is lots of ways. I said, tell me the lots of ways.
And I tried to open with one particular simple, just like, okay, well, here's one simple example. And you then said, well, that's not the reason for everything. Of course not.
Okay, but your example was just genetics, like Mendel's genetics, right? It wasn't evolution. Nobody's disputing that there's genetic variability within a genome.
I was giving one.
Because that's not a way things evolve. It's just an example of how genetics is fluidity within a genome, you know? That doesn't establish what you're saying at all.
Eric. I was trying to explain the difference between pre and post zygotic isolation. That's it. We're just trying to explain the difference between pre and post zygotic isolation.
Because it's a factor in evolution?
So that down the chain, I could present it as an example of a potential mechanism for speciation.
So is it a potential mechanism for speciation, or is it one of the mechanisms that's definitely involved in speciation?
My question is, can we do this in order or not?
What order? I'm asking you for one now still. Yet just one of the many ways in which evolution occurs. Just one.
Yeah, and when I started to, Eric, this is an FE problem, and also I'm right now.
Okay, well, look, I think it's reasonable for me to say, if you're giving me one of the ways in which evolution occurs, to me to say, okay, so is this one of the ways that evolution occurs? You're saying, I'm teaching you about zygotic mutations or something, zygotic isolation. All right, because it's relevant to the conversation, you're not even going to tell me the answer to that?
Eric, it's relevant to the conversation. Can we? I thought that would go without saying. I thought you knew you were talking to me. I'm feeling.
Well, dude, I'm asking you to articulate the specific relevance of it, and you're not doing so.
I'm trying to, and I'm being, and I'm trying to, Derek. I'm trying to, and I feel.
Okay, go take your time. I will shut up and let you just mull it out. Here, go ahead, talk it out.
It's worth, and it's worth saying. I have this problem with most people. It might be a me thing. It might also, it might be an INTP thing. It might just be that only INTPs and only INTJs are willing and wanting to listen to the end before arguing. I don't know.
I haven't even heard the beginning.
Exactly.
That's not my fault.
Why do you argue before you've heard the beginning?
I wasn't arguing. I was asking clarifying questions. Okay, you're talking about zygotic isolation. So is this one of the mechanisms of evolution? It's the most sensible and reasonable question anybody could possibly ask. I'm not arguing with you at all. I mean, yeah, I like to direct my own learning experience a little bit. Is that okay? I'm just trying to nail down what you're saying, right? I'm trying to nail it down so I understand what you're saying, so I can say, okay, he said that clearly right there.
Direct self-direction of one's education is that's actually a really interesting question. Is it okay? I would say, one friend to another, yeah.
I mean, I know what I need to hear from you to understand better, right?
I would also say that at the moment I'm feeling I feel this a lot with my father too. I feel like I can't. I'm afraid to start an explanation because I expect to be hemmed off with.
Well, look, you can only make explanations with Legos, right? You can only make explanations with Legos. If you're trying to put something soft and squishy in the explanation, then
I feel like I'm
then that's going
trying
to
to stack
prevent either of us from understanding anything.
Can you identify anything soft and squishy that I'm guilty of?
Well,
I would
sure.
love.
I asked you very clearly, is is uh zygotic isolation part of one of the mechanisms? And you said it's a possible mechanism. I asked you, well, is it just a possible mechanism or is it definitely one of the mechanisms? You didn't want to answer that question. That's putting something soft and squishy in there. Because a real explanation doesn't not answer that question. Real explanations answer the hard questions.
It's not. It's not a hard question.
The question I asked?
It's not a hard question. It's a bad question. It's not a good question.
I mean, it's definitely a good question, Horse Mumbler, because you're purporting to explain something. So, in other words, I need to know, is this your explanation? Maybe or definitely. Because actual explanations don't try to split the difference between those two things. No other science explanation behaves anything like that.
Here's the lesson, Eric. You're not talking to a science explanation. You're talking to a friend.
Okay, I am talking with a friend, but we're talking about a subject, namely evolution and what the explanation is for the origin of the species. And I think we'd both like that conversation to be productive. Maybe your understanding of what I need to feel the conversation to be intellectually productive, maybe you think I'm demanding too much or something. But I'm demanding what every other science theory provides.
What's that? What does every other science theory provide?
Clarity on what the mechanism is and how it works. Predictions that can be tested and either falsify or validate the idea.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I expect it to make predictions that we can test that either falsify or validate the idea, and I expect it to explain the mechanism, how and why it causes the thing it purports to explain.
Here's the thing that I don't want to do, Eric, and that I feel like I'm being, and forgive me if this isn't what's going on, but what I feel I'm being pushed into doing is defending.
Well,
Defending evolution, defending speciation. I'm
yeah.
not
I mean,
trying to.
but you're suggesting, right, though, that the answers to speciation lie in genetics, change over time, evolutionary processes of some sort, right?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm not attempting.
Okay, well, for me, the topic, though, for me, the topic of evolution or creationism or whatever is only interesting because we can either explain it or we can't. It's not, it's like,
Yeah.
since evolution fails to be an explanation yet, why are we affording it brainstorming time? It's had hundreds of years to be an explanation. And it still hasn't done it.
I'm suggesting that you're lacking some concepts and some context.
That would make me believe in evolution?
I don't know.
It would make me think that
I have absolutely no idea. That's all I want to test. I want to test that if you have this information that by listening to you, I can tell, there's some information Eric doesn't have.
I know, so why don't you tell it to me instead of explaining how difficult it is to tell it to me all the time?
Because when I start, you interrupt me.
Okay.
I keep trying. I'll try again, and if you don't interrupt me, I'll continue.
Okay, but do say words that mean things. If you're not clear on what you mean, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you mean here? Okay?
That's fair. Do you know what a ring species is? Do you know what a chain species is? Have you heard those terms?
What's the first term?
Ring species.
No, I have not heard either of those terms.
Okay. I would like to talk about ring and chain species with you because I think it's interesting. It's a cool thing that is important context. And then after ring and chain species, I'd like to talk about we can go to pre and post zygotic isolation.
Well, go ahead and talk about ring species first. We'll do one at a time.
But my point is that there's, I just want to share the information because I think it's cool.
Okay, so share it, please.
And okay, so ring species. Imagine an island. They don't have to be around islands, but they could. They occur often on islands, around lakes. You can have, and there exists in the wild, species that are they're really interesting. They're ring species or chain species. You can have lines of organisms or chains where adjacent groups can mate with each other, but on the extremes, they're incompatible. Yet they're members of a connected species web or chain, where you could have some on one end that can mate with some, towards the middle, but not with the ones in the middle or on the far end. So that's...
Okay, so what makes them all the same species?
Well, arguably, they're not. Except they are, because they're connected by intermediate species. But you've got that, you see, see, that's the thing. This is why there's no really good definition for species, because a really good definition for species would be an amazing INTP, INTJ, abomination of all these exceptions, all these blah, 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 because we've got things like ring species and chain species, where you've got, this slug over here.
All right,
Slug
hold on
A
1 second, though.
can't mate with slug C,
Hold on one
but
second.
can mate with slug B.
Okay, hold
So-
on, though. Hold on. You understand the concept of begging the question, right?
I think so.
Okay, so you know that's what you're doing there, right?
No. Can you explain it to me?
I'm sorry I missed that last thing you said. Say again? I missed that, whatever you said last thing.
No, I don't. Can you explain?
I said I missed the last thing you said, whatever it was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just said I don't see how I'm begging the question.
Okay, well, because I asked the question, how do you know they're the same species? Or how do you know, that this ring species are all the same species? Why? How do they qualify as such? And you said, well, we don't have a definition for species. So then you don't know they're all the same species. You're just begging the question.
No, I was presenting them as, in part, as an example of
A species that violates our definition of species, right? But then how do you know they're the same species?
exactly.
You don't. You're begging the question.
Yeah, that's my point.
Your point is that you're begging the question? I'm pretty sure that's my point.
Yeah. See, this is the problem where
I mean, the problem is, Horsemumber, simply, you're being sloppy in your reasoning. That's the problem.
no, you're inferring.
You couldn't answer the first and most obvious and necessary question to be answered regarding ring species. How do you know they're all the same species? If you can't answer that, then whatever point you want to make off of this observation is just based on bad reasoning. And that's the truth, dude. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. It's just how it is.
I know you're not trying to be a dick, Eric. You're just misunderstanding me. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm not misunderstanding you. You are not saying anything that is clearly an explanation of anything.
Yes, I'm not. I've thus far failed to say things in such a way as to make you understand.
No, you failed to say anything that means anything. Not I have failed to understand, you failed to explain, you've not said anything that withstands any scrutiny at all. Not even past the first question I asked. That's the problem here. It's that simple. You're trying to ride a horse that is crippled, dead, diseased, and has no legs.
No, I feel as if you're trying to put me on the horse, and I'm trying to say, hey, not my horse.
I mean, if you're claiming ring species are a single species that doesn't meet the definition of species while not providing an alternate definition of species, you are just fiddling with your dick.
But I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to do, Eric.
So what are you trying to do? It's not that he's doing poorly under pressure, simple girl. It's that he's saddled a dead horse. You can't get anywhere fiddling with your dick. It's not that he's not good at arguing or explaining things. It's that he's trying to explain something that makes no sense. If Horse Mumbler were right, I'd be the one struggling. It's just how it works, you know? The argumentation has the power to find truth. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. But we can't allow our attachments to some notion that doesn't fly to cause us to try to fiddle around with reasoning.
Help me out here. We've got a confusion.
Okay. Yes, I'm confused as to how you can think ring species are interesting without understanding what a species is, while the idea of it contradicts our understanding of what a species is. Like, how could that possibly be informative of anything? Without an operational definition, you're not doing anything intellectually, you know?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
I mean,
explain that to me. That's the title.
What I'm saying is we engage in this topic because we hope to be better informed about how different species came about. We hope to be better informed about why this branching fossil record that appears to show increasing complexity emerging over time, how that came to be. We're hoping to get more clarity about that, right? The thing is, if you want to do away with the definition of species, then you are not doing anything, because definitionally what we're doing is trying to figure out how different species came to be. So you have to define species. You can't pretend like you don't need to define it and you can still do intellectual work. That's just poppycock. It's the core central notion of the thing we're trying to explain. Okay, well, ask the fast I'm fine with your
So,
operationalized definition. Go ahead, sorry. That's true, Ivar.
Eric, part of my contention from the beginning is that these words have a lot of confused and contentious definitions.
Okay.
I'm not trying to defend any here. I would be happy to construct and settle upon a good one with you. If you want to start out with a definition of species,
I mean,
that's
I've
step one.
presented
Totally fine
them.
going there.
I've given you two definitions, both of which are fully operationalized. Unfortunately, if you try to use those definitions, you can't do the thing you're trying to do intellectually because those definitions contradict what you're saying. You're the one who's provided no definition. In fact, you've dismantled the definitions I provided and said we can't use those definitions or any other definition.
Yeah, so why should I have to present and defend a definition of a word in order to
Because
tell you, my friend, that hey, there are other people who have described this particular phenomena that I would like to talk to you about, and they have used this word and they have attached it to it. They have attached this word to it.
right, I'm not blaming you for this wrongness.
do it.
I don't doubt that you got it from somebody else, but I will nevertheless excise it from the world, as I always do. So yeah,
Yeah, but here's what I think is an important tenet of cooperative communication. Don't force me to defend something I don't want to.
cooperative horse mumbler, cooperative communication means you actually communicate things that mean stuff so that I can ask you, does that mean this? And you will answer the question rather than saying, no, it doesn't mean anything. Right? Cooperative communication means I get to understand what you mean. I don't get to just feel your mushiness. I get to understand what you mean in a way that I can use it too, separately from you, independently of you, to check it myself, right? That's how definitions work. Not just something you get to use for your own purposes. That's not cooperative communication. Why am I not giving some leniency? There's no leniency or not, right? These things are very cut and dry. I'm going to step outside for a second, first one, boy. These things are very cut and dry. Look, we're talking about an explanation. We're not talking about Horse Mumbler's relationship with his girlfriend or something or whatever. We're talking about an explanation for species, where they come from. Accordingly, we don't need to play around with garbage. We have clear modalities we use to understand explanations. We have clear modalities we use to explain things. We understand how the power of language to provide definitions can be informative about things. When we try to deny language that power, then that's fine as long as we're not trying to explain something sciencey, right? This isn't about leniency or toughness or anything. This is about, what do you mean when you say meow? I'm a good communicator. So what I want to do is actually understand what the other person means. And they're going to have to mean something specific if I'm going to understand it. Karma Pip, if you think I'm arguing in circles, you're absolutely crazy. We haven't gotten past the initial starting spot, which is, what do you mean when you say species, Horse Board? You talked about a ring species that purportedly violates the rule for species. You've got purportedly individuals of the same species who cannot interbreed and produce reproductively offspring. So then, okay, if that's not going to be our definition for species, then what is? Please give me the definition. He will not give me one. Yet he still thinks he wants to do some kind of intellectual work here. He's not doing any intellectual work. He's using phrases that change meaning between sentences, equivocating here and there. This is not a matter of being friendly or not friendly or anything. It is cut and dry. It's like, hey, can you do my taxes for me? Sure. Here's how you do your taxes. Hey, but I don't like the way that part of how you do the taxes makes me feel. Taxes aren't subject to that shit, right? You just, you either do them right or you don't. It's not about anybody's attachments, feelings, whatever. It's just, you either use language how it should be used, in which case it can do the work it's supposed to do, or you don't, in which case it can't. And it's not like, as I said, it's not like we're having a conversation about subjective stuff here. And I know Horse Mumbler wants to discuss these things with me without making any kind of advocacy. But fundamentally, I think we can all tell his advocacy is that evolution does somehow explain speciation. And he's going to try to present a lot of things that might possibly explain how some change. That's not how theories work. That might possibly involve this or that or the other thing. It's an actual explanation. Like every other science theory is, right? I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time brainstorming about Lamarck either and his wrong notion of speciation, which we did away with a long time ago and nobody discusses anymore, even though it's no less wrong than Darwin's understanding of it. So yeah, I don't want to mull around considering how maybe some Lamarckian notions have some validity, because I'm not looking for shiny bits in the pile of garbage. I'm looking for an actual thing that means shit and explains stuff. That shiny bits in the pile of garbage. The idea that I'm arguing circularly, ridiculous. I'm just doing the same thing I always do with evolution. I'm saying evolution is an affirmation that purports to explain something. So accordingly, it needs to do this, this, and this. It doesn't, therefore we negate. It's that simple. It's like, should we hire this dancer for a jazz troupe? Well, she's got no legs, is deaf, no rhythm, and hates moving. But yes, no, there are criteria that need to be met for somebody to qualify as a dancer. There are criteria that need to be met for somebody to qualify as an explanation. If you went to the post office and said, I'd like to mail this, and I said, okay, can I mail it ground mail? You can mail it. It might go by the ground, or it might go by air, or it might go by foot. Well, will it definitely go to the location? It'll either go to that location or one of these other locations. And when will it get there by? Somewhere between 5 minutes and 5 years. Okay, well, that's not a postal service that's doing its job, right? Its job is not to tell you that it might go to the destination, that it might go this way or that way. It's to tell you how your mouse, so you can tell them how your mouse can go, and then you can expect them to have answers for you and stuff, right? Not a bunch of, well, maybe this, maybe that. We're all confused about what a horse mumbler is saying. No, what you've seen in dogs is the complete absence of speciation, despite John L. Vastly more reproductive selection pressure placed by humans on dogs than could ever be placed in nature, and still not produce any speciation according to our only consensus definition of species that's operationalized. And I get that Horse Mumbler wants to sort of present evidence on the side of genetic change over time without actually making any advocacy. But it's like, why? If you don't think it's strong enough to make an advocacy out of, why present it at all?
That's not a fair nor correct assumption.
Okay, well, is your information about genetics, evolution, or whatever sufficient enough to make you convinced that yes, you want to make this affirmation?
What affirmation?
That evolution explains speciation.
That's no. So that's such a that that was to my INTP brain that was like a shovel of toxic.
No, I'm asking if this information you've encountered that you found very informative is powerful enough to make you affirm the thing that you think it's informative about.
What?
I'm asking if the information you've attained that you want to share with me that you think is informative about evolution, if that information is powerful enough to convince you and make you want to affirm it as an explanation.
Huh?
So you have information that you wanted to share about evolution or genetics or stuff, right? Species, ring species, stuff like that, right? You have some information you wanted to share about that stuff, right?
Right.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is that information, have you experienced that information as powerful enough to make you affirm evolution as an explanation? In other words, are you convinced?
all I can say to that question, as phrased, is error message.
Are you
Error.
convinced?
You need to ask better questions, Eric.
No, I'm asking you, are you convinced by the totality of pieces of information you have about evolution and genetics? Do those totality pieces of information convince you that evolution is an explanation for speciation?
Sorry, still not a. That's still not a vet. Sorry.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think that Einsteinian relativity is a successful explanation regarding the speed of light and the relationship between observers and time?
Everything I've seen,
I mean, are you willing to affirm it as the best explanation that we have?
Makes sense to me insofar as it does. It's above my pay grade. All I can say is, doesn't not make sense to me. I gotta.
Okay, so if somebody were asking you to explain why I can't go faster than the speed of light, or some other component, let's think of a theory you do understand even better than that. Let's say, why it's hotter upstairs in the winter than it is downstairs, and your explanation is because heat rises. Okay, now are you willing to affirm that heat rises? Or are you
Based
not?
on my general knowledge, yes.
Okay, so are you willing to affirm that evolution causes speciation?
I'm willing to affirm that evolution causes.
Explains speciation. Explains it.
So.
Right. Remember, in the failure to affirm, in the absence of a desire and will to affirm, we always negate by default.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
So if you don't have any desire to affirm this,
that's why I don't want to step in. That's why I don't want to affirm that. I don't even know I'm not even sure what that means.
Okay, so then what do you expect the information about evolutionary stuff, species, like genetics and stuff, what do you expect that to do intellectually here about this subject?
Now that's a really
The really what question?
Now that's a really interesting question. Because that breaks out. What do I want it to do?
I mean, I know what I want it to do. I want it to explain things to me. What do you want it to do?
Good question. I guess for myself, in isolation, I could say in the sense of what do I use it for? I use it as one of the many bricks in my attempt to best understand what appears to have happened in the world, but
Okay, well, you're trying to best understand via something other than an explanation?
some understandings take other understandings. Some understandings require more than one.
Oh, I mean, sure, I get it. There are prerequisites. Sure, I get it. You know, you're not going to learn algebra until you learn arithmetic, and that's all fine and dandy. But fortunately, I'm intellectually rigorous. I can reference a frame and bring us back to the point, right?
Mhm.
So, in other words, information unframed makes no point. And it doesn't mean that I can't use information to make points, but you're the one who's presenting the information. So you're the one who needs to make points with it. You see what I'm saying? I can't engage information without any frame and just sit there Mr. Miyagi student style and say, okay, I just paint the fence and not know anything about what I'm learning. That's not any smart person's MO, right? I need to understand what you're trying to accomplish here, where you're going with it, how you're going to do it.
That interesting. That's interesting because that actually is my MO, and I've learned a whole lot thereby.
What's your MO? To just learn facts without any frame of reference?
No, to listen to what's next and to save my questions.
Okay, well, horse mumbler, if I tried to listen to what's next, I'd be sitting here in silence for 15 minutes as you hum and haw without saying anything. You're not prepared to make whatever case you have to make here, whether it's just some ideas or whatever else, because it's taking you forever to say anything. And every time I ask for clarification or I understand what you mean, you refuse to define any of your terms. And you say, I'm not listening enough. No, you're not explaining anything adequately. You know, if you say a statement and it's unclear and I need clarification because it links in some very distinct way to a previous statement and appears to create a contradiction, I'm going to ask you to resolve that. If you can't, you should go back to the drawing board. I've learned all kinds of shit in all kinds of ways over the years. Okay? What I've never encountered is something that both made no sense, yet I could understand and have it ultimately prove to make sense. There's been things I don't understand, and I go, I'm going to assume this makes sense because I don't understand it. And these experts seem to say it makes sense. But I understand everything everybody's saying about evolution, and it doesn't make any sense. That's just all there is to it. No amount of ring species or whatever is going to change the deep, deep fundamental flaws in the reasoning behind evolution. It is rife with both begging the question and, more significantly, it's kind of weird shifting ground thing that's unique to evolution, where they keep the explanation keeps changing, but it's still called evolution. The thing is, if we're going to talk about a subject like this that I've talked about a bunch of times before, it needs to be a purposeful conversation, right? You've got to have new ideas that are definitely informative about the general topic in specific ways you can articulate. And it needs to withstand some scrutiny. If you had said things that didn't trigger immediate red flags, I would have just sat there and continued to listen, making note of everything you were saying. When you say something that triggers an immediate contradiction, an immediate red flag, this is bad reasoning, this is begging the question, I am obviously not going to say continue, because anything predicated on that is just garbage. It's like somebody says, you know how astrology defines everybody's life? Well, because of this, blah, 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 blah. I don't need to listen to all the because of this part. First I say, wait, no, I don't know how astrology defines all of everybody's life. I disagree with that statement. You need to establish that before you go any further. It's not a claim that's an observation. It's definitely in dispute. I would not benefit for listening to more of what comes after. You know how astrology defines everybody's life? No, I can only possibly benefit by saying, hold up, both parties can only possibly benefit. They're wasting their time talking because everything they say after that initial thing that I don't agree with is just garbage predicated on something I don't agree with, right? It would just be a waste of everyone's time to allow such a flagrant error to just sit there while people build off it, pretending as though what they're building is meaningful because they assume this bullshit is okay. But that's what you were doing, except instead of with astrology, you were playing species definition. There's no point in going any further. We're talking about speciation. You need to have a definition of it that we can both use to make distinctions, not that you can use to muddy shit, right?
But here's the thing, I don't have a definition of species that I'm married to. So I don't want to get caught in the weeds of affirming or denying whether or not these should count as a species or not.
So what?
If we must have a definition of species, then let's start with one. Let's start with one. Or whatever you want, Eric. Whatever you want. I want to be cooperative. I really do. I want to be cooperative.
I don't want you to be cooperative. I want you to be productive.
Help me be productive. Help me be productive.
Okay. Is any information you have informative about evolution as the process that produces species?
What do you mean?
I mean, is the information you're going to provide me supposed to do anything? Like encourage me to think one way or the other? Is it just random facts? Like I could list a bunch of random facts. Hey, did you know that in 1721, man happened? Is it just facts in a vacuum? Or is a purpose for something?
Purpose.
Okay, so what is the purpose of you sharing these facts? Is it to inform me about evolution?
That's not how I would put it.
Okay, so what is your purpose? Is it to make me less convinced that evolution is bullshit? Is it to explain something?
I believe what I said at the very beginning was that I wanted something to the effect that I wanted to have a discussion on the topic of evolution and see if we could find some find
Some common ground.
find some explanations of anything that we could make sense of and agree upon. Anything, some statement, some understanding.
Well, I mean, I have my very clearly understood position on the matter, which is that every attempt to explain things with evolution is bullshit, and we don't know.
Every attempt to what things?
To explain speciation with evolution has proved to be bullshit, and that we don't know where species come from. That's my clear position on it. If you would like to make me rethink that position, you're going to need to engage in a meaningful and productive fashion that is purposed to do that. Because I'm not wishy-washy on this. I have absolute clarity. I'm 100% certain about my position on it. I'm willing to be made uncertain and change my position on it. But you have to do that work. And that's an intellectual, it's a big intellectual project. It's not something you just muse about without any definitions. You're trying to tackle something that all the evolutionary sciences since Darwin have not been able to do.
Do I have to have the definition right away?
For you to even think that evolution might be relevant at all in speciation without a definition of species is an appalling intellectual failure.
Explain that, please.
If you think you have information about evolution that's informative about where species came from, then you need to have an operationalized definition of species for that claim to make any meaning at all. Otherwise, you just might say, I have a blah blah about explaining how blah blah comes blah. You might just say that. If you don't have a definition of the key term, operationalize one that both of us can use the same way, then nothing you could possibly say about the subject could possibly be informative. Horse mumbler is not scared.
I don't see how I necessarily have to have a definition pre-loaded. Why can't I present a bit of information and then say, in light of this information, let us.
I'll answer your question. It's very straightforward. Because what happens is this. You talk about ring species and explain how there are individuals on this end of the species who can breed with these ones but can't breed with these ones, but that they're somehow all the same species. This is going to be informative, right? Except it can't possibly be because you don't mean anything when you say the word species. You don't mean can produce reproductively viable offspring, obviously, since you believe ring species don't necessarily adhere to that rule. So, what's your alternate operationalized definition? And I want to say to Big Dog Mofo, he is not scared. He is not weak in arguing. I'm not bullying him or anything. He is saddled to a diseased, dead horse. So obviously, it's not running very well. I believe in God. I pray to God regularly. I understand, however, that prayer is a behavior. Faith is a behavior. It's not a affirmation or a negation. So I'm smart, right? I don't affirm and negate things that aren't meant to be affirmed and negated. And when I do affirm and negate something, I know what I'm doing and how to do it. So you will never hear me affirm the claim that God exists, because to affirm that claim is to run afoul of the necessary component of a relationship with God, which is faith, which is defined not as belief because of evidence, but in the absence of evidence. Ergo, nobody's going to catch me with my pants down, because I don't do sloppy reasoning. I don't get married to bad ideas. As soon as I determine an idea is bad, I get rid of it as fast as I can. I don't want to be infected by wrongness. I have good wrongness hygiene, you know? Excellent. The best in the world. I've got the best wrongness hygiene in the world. I am vigorous, rigorous, and unrelenting in dispatching all bullshit from my life. And with great outcomes, you know? I have clarity where I should. We don't have an explanation for where species came from. That is absolutely 100% correct and true, without any wishy-washiness. We can also definitively say without any wishy-washiness that all current understandings of evolution are bullshit. They don't make any sense. They don't explain anything. They don't validate. They don't make predictions. They're not science. It's bullshit. All of our observations falsify it. Everything we understand about evolutionary pressures is the opposite of change. It pushes things back to the genomic mean. It's insane. None of it makes any goddamn sense. And that's the cold hard truth of it. And it depresses me that smart people like Horsemumbler can't simply embrace this simple fact of the matter, that in the status quo, the correct position on the matter is we do not have any explanation for where species came from. That is the correct position in the status quo. Always subject to change, of course, but nevertheless, we should never deny the correctness of the correct position in the status quo pending further information, because we have notions that might possibly have something to do with now. That's insane.
But Eric, I agree. I don't know.
Okay, so why are you still barking up evolution's dead horse?
I'm not. I'm really just.
You wanted to talk about this topic, right? It's not because you wanted to come on here and argue in favor of creationism, right? I have no idea how the earth was created.
I mean, I'd be fine talking about that if you'd prefer.
Sure. You want to argue in favor of creationism?
You see, that's
Okay, look, dude, I just want our language to do stuff, to be purposeful, to not just be musing about random notions. So that we can, at the end of the conversation, determine something. Even if that something is, we don't know anything about this. But to definitely have a determined claim that you say, yes, this is my claim, I stand behind it, I'm arguing it one way or the other. Otherwise, it's just, I don't even know what it is. It's just like the conversations you might have at Flow State Stream, where you've got a panel full of morons chiming in a bunch of idiot comments about whatever, with no purpose, no direction, no conclusion to be drawn, no finality, no agreement. You say you wanted to reach common ground and agreement. We should be reaching common ground and agreement that evolution's bullshit, because that's the correct position on it. I mean, it has been made very obvious in this conversation, right? It's not like I've been arguing in favor of anything. I've just asked you questions. You haven't been able to answer any of them. Now, if anybody still believes in evolution after hearing all this, I don't know what to say about it.
sorry. I don't do well with stacked questions. And just if it's a person, I'm just personally not good with.
I didn't stack them. I didn't stack them, Horseman. I asked you one critical question that needed to be answered before you could say that you were saying anything. You would not answer it. No stacking of questions.
Which one was that? Because I got.
It's about the ring species. About the ring species. How do you know they're the same species? You never could answer that, or did, which means you never meant anything in the first place when you used the term. It's like, how can you talk about species when you don't mean anything when you use the word? I don't need to mean anything specific with it, Eric. I just need to talk out these things first. Then maybe I'll come up with a definition. We can come up with them together. No, all the work before the definition is just you not saying anything. Look, the bottom line is this. Go ahead.
Oh shit.
I don't know if they should be, if so-called ring species should be classed as true species or not yet. conversation because we haven't settled upon the definition.
Again, horse mobiler, I have. You've refused to agree to my definition or provide an alternative one.
Oh, okay. Give me I'm sorry.
I told you the definition a million times. Reproductive viability.
Reproductive right. Okay, so that's just it.
I gave you two possible definitions we could use that are operationalized. One, genomic map, and the other one, reproductive viability, both of which violate the notion of ring species.
Okay, so just reproductive viability is that's enough to satisfy
Right.
your definition of species.
So if ring species are going to use that definition of species, the ones that cannot mate with one another are not the same species.
Okay. So by your definition, species. So if we've got a chain species of A, B, and C, consider frogs. A frogs can mate with B frogs, but A frogs can't mate with C frogs. C frogs can mate with B frogs, can't mate with A frogs.
So that means that A and B are the same species, C and B are the same species, but A and C are not the same species. Because the commutative property doesn't necessarily have to apply here.
Mhm. Okay, well, there we go.
Okay. So the thing is, accordingly, it's not informative at all, right? Certainly, it's an example of begging the question to claim that these ring species prove that the species definition isn't good. You know, that is definitely, indisputably begging the question.
It provides one possible vector for speciation.
Remember, explanations aren't maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's the other. Explanations are it's definitely this, and if I'm right, here's the predictions. So hopefully we walk away from this horse mumbler with you recognizing that the correct position is to negate evolution as an explanation for species and require some science to actually come up with a good explanation that makes sense. I've never encountered a single person who's ever made any headway arguing with me against evolution. And again, it is not because I am good at arguing. It's because it doesn't make any sense. Plain and simple. Cut and dry. No further things need to be said about it. It's completely bullshit. We should all agree on that. We negate until it meets its burden to affirm. That's just common, basic, universal decency. We negate until it meets its burden to affirm.
Okay, so that's. I think the problem is confusion on just a little confusion on what level we're negating or not, because clearly I need to grab more water.
Okay, well, the point is, I'm not even negating anything, right? I'm actually not negating anything. I'm just asking evolution to meet its prima facie burden to affirm. It has utterly, completely, and in every single instance failed to do so. So we default to the neg. It's that simple. Remember, evolution is the thing purporting to be an explanation for something. I offer neg arguments, but I don't need to.
Is it or is it the observation that there has been a clear, obvious change in the selection of animal life and that there has been a trend towards addition of complexity, but also there's.
Remember, we need to be precise. The only thing we can determine is that there's been an inclusion of additional, more complex organisms into the fossil record over time. Not anything else. We can't draw any conclusions about how that happened. If you were to dig up archaeology, you might say, "Oh, this house here was originally a mud hut, and it just kind of was built out over the years into this house." That's not how it worked. You might intuit that, but that's not, in fact, what happened. So we need to be careful about not letting our intuition run amok with us, right? Yes, we can conclude from the fossil record that there was an inclusion of increasingly complex species over time. We can draw no conclusions whatsoever about how that came to be. We need an explanation for that. So I think we've more or less parsed it out, gotten to the nitty gritty.
Hang on.
You aren't prepared for this conversation. You need to have an advocacy, understand how you're going to make your advocacy, and have a purpose set of points to do something. I used to hit a lot of whippets, but I gave myself neuropathy, so now I no longer hit whippets. And I'll tell you, once you give yourself neuropathy, it's not like it recovers and you can start hitting whippets again. Even if you wait a long time. I did one box after quitting, like a couple months after. My neuropathy got like 5 times worse instantly. It was crazy. It's horrible. Fortunately, that got better, but be careful with whippets, is my point. Sorry, it's the crack speaking. Well, you go 88, you go. Horace Mulber, you got anything else to get at it on this subject? The question, Big Dog Mofo, is where did they come from? How come we don't just have one species of animal on the whole planet? And, you know, we'd all love to have a good explanation for it.
So I agree. We need to define terms. I think we got confused.
Okay, let me ask you to explain something that you can explain so we can see the difference between things that you can explain and things that you can't. Can you please explain to me why the continents appear to used to have been stuck together but now they're drifted apart from each other? Like, is the Earth expanding like a balloon? Can you please explain to me why that happens?
Continental drift.
Okay, can you give me a little bit of explanation about what that means?
Essentially, the big ball of rock that is Earth has varying density. At the very core, it's molten. It's basically a liquid, and towards the crust, it gets progressively solid. The plates on the top shift around.
Oh, I see. So instead of the Earth expanding like a balloon, what you're saying is that the land masses are kind of floating on something?
More like the crust of the Earth is itself sort of, it's not the land masses, it's also the seafloor too. There are tectonic plates that nobody knows about because they're covered in ocean. But there are observed.
Oh, I see. So what you're saying is the Earth crust breaks into plates, and those plates move around relative to each other.
Earth crust is all cracked up.
Oh, okay, I see. No, that makes perfectly good sense. Your explanation is great. I love it. I understand how it works. Now, Horse Mumbler, let's be honest. Do you have any capacity to explain evolution even 1% as well as you just explained plate tectonics?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? So the mechanism in plate tectonics is that the Earth's crust breaks into plates that move relative to one another. What's the mechanism for evolution?
All right. I will do my best to give my best understanding, but please take into account that life's a lot more complex than rock. So I'm going to have to say there's going to be INTP words. Drinking water. Okay. With the caveat that this isn't necessarily personal advocacy, but my best understanding of there I've learned life started out simple, common ancestor. At small scale, mutations have significant effects. One single cell, mutating into two cells. If you want to get really deep, if you want to go back, you can get into the theorized evolution of complex cells. I've heard a theory that the first complex cell might have been the result of a simple cell taking on a virus. We don't know. You see, we don't know where complex cells come from. We have theory. Maybe God did it. Maybe it was, where did life come from to begin with? We don't know.
So,
maybe it was just the right combination of temperatures. We don't know. Maybe God did it. Maybe
just to clarify real quick, so you're saying that increased complexity comes through mutation?
That's one. That's a mechanism I know of. I don't know if there are others or not at the moment. I would have to think.
Okay.
But certainly, yeah. That's one obvious way. Mutation, some bit of genetic code clearly does not copy perfectly. Clearly, it changes. Alteration in genetic code means alteration in organism. Sometimes.
Okay, so let me ask this question.
Sometimes change in genetic code. So when, say again?
Okay, let me ask a quick question. So what you're saying is that the change from, say, microbes into, let's say, an elephant resulted from mutations gradually over time within isolated populations of a species until the species differentiated enough to become a different species and a more complicated one?
That would appear to be the case. For example, there's fossil record of a particular lineage of fish that starts out with.
Okay, well, we can't use that. Obviously, that's circular. You can't use that as you can't use that as evidence, right? The fossil record is what's being explained. It's not evidence for your explanation.
Why not?
Because it's what you're explaining. For example, if I said, please explain to me why alcoholics can't drink anymore. And I say, well, they have a disease and they're not able to functionally drink alcohol once they become an alcoholic. And then you say, well, how do we know this? And I say, well, obviously they can't drink anymore. They're an alcoholic. That's what you're doing.
Let me tell you about these fish, and then we can speculate as to.
So you're going to tell me about this element of the branching fossil record, right? Now remember, you're explaining how that came to be.
No, right now. I just want to present the story of the fish. There's this is presented as an example of an emergence of the jaw. I don't know if this is the only. I don't know if this is the only time a jaw emerged, but this is if the fossil record is to be believed, and
At some point, there came to be a fish that had a jaw where previously no such fish existed.
But you see, that's the thing. The fish did exist. It existed without a jaw.
Okay, so
And then
it
evolved
wasn't
jaw.
the same fish then, was it? You're saying that it became a
Well,
different
yes, but-
species, right?
So it was an evolution of
Okay,
that
so
fish.
all right, let me ask
So
you this
I don't-
question. Let me
I don't
ask you
know
this
if-
question. I want to understand this. So please answer this one because this is going to really help me understand. Given what you're saying is true, how long would it take us with selective pressures, reproductive pressures, selecting those mutations? How long would it take us to take a super fast generation thing like a fruit fly and turn it into a slightly more complex organism, like say a mouse?
That's not going to happen.
Okay.
Not with.
What could we change it into? What slightly more complicated thing could we change it into, and how long would it take?
Eric, can we please talk about the fish just a little longer? I'm happy to come back to this with you, but can we talk about the fish just a little bit more, please?
Sure.
It's a really interesting fish. So this fish is an example of gillfish.
Somewhere along the line, fish develop bones, and that's how we know, or maybe I just made them right away with bones, or maybe there were, they're trying to think there are invertebrate suits.
Your audio is super terrible right now. I don't know what's going on. I can barely hear you.
I will speak up.
No, it's not. It's not it. It's got like pixelated sound. Maybe try leaving and coming back.
Okay.
It's all robot. Well, hold on. Yeah, that's better.
Thank you for bearing with me. I really appreciate it.
No problem, man. I don't mean to be unfriendly. I'm sorry if I come across as such.
I know, man. I know. you and me both. It can, we're us. It's we are each. Say no more.
So jawfish.
Okay, so it's really cool, and I don't know how it happened. I don't know if I don't know if I mean if but there's fossil record that shows that once upon a time there were fish that had gills and didn't have jaws. Because we've got the gill bones and the backbone and no jaw. But then at some point fossils of this fish. It's the same fish, except, or one just like it, just, a not quite, an imperfect copy of this fish shows up. And the gill bones, the front gill bones, I think it has 4. Anyway, it was, like I said, as you observe, I'm not super prepped. But the gill bone shifted, and we have fossil record of those gill bones progressively shifting until they become jaws in this fish. And I believe this is the evolution.
And
I
this
don't
happened,
know if
this
there. I
happened
don't know if
because
there
of
are other.
mutation? Did this happen because of mutation?
That would be my Who Wants to Be a Millionaire answer, but for all I know, it was God. For all I know, it was alien space bats cleverly. I don't, but I
Okay, so the
fighting
thing is,
space,
horsemonger, listen, the point is, this is not an explanation in the same way plate tectonics was an explanation. I get it, life's different, right? And yet, nevertheless, we can clearly explain, say, the circulatory system. We can clearly explain genetics. We can clearly explain all kinds of complicated things about biology. But we can't seem to explain speciation. Your mutation notion is just a notion that doesn't bear out at all. Because if it did, we'd be able to answer questions like, how long would it take to change meow from meow to meow? We could look at the fossil record and see that in the Cambrian explosion, we had a bunch of new species in a comparatively short period of time, right? Why did those species all evolve so quickly in that short period of time and then apparently stop evolving? That's an explanation, answers that question, answers those kinds of questions. If in fact we can speciate things and make them more complex, how long will it take us to make some kind of more complex organism out of fruit flies where we can maximally do breeding pressure, etc.? Get as many mutations as possible. How long will it take us to create increased complexity via this mechanism?
I personally have no way to know. You would have to ask a biologist. I don't know.
They don't have any way of knowing either. They've never been able to come up with a genetic clock. They've never been able to come up with one because their mechanism is wrong.
I'll answer for myself. I would guess starting with fruit flies to get anything that would be interesting would take, just even fruit flies, so depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for, and it depends on what you're doing.
You're in a double bind. I'll explain what I'm doing. You're in a double bind.
If you're just breeding as much as many, doing nothing, waiting for something to show up, I would say it would probably, odds are it would take longer than your funding would allow for anything interesting to happen.
Okay, but listen.
I would say if you're monkeying with stuff, if you're doing all sorts of stuff to trigger mutations, then I'm sure you could, especially if you're doing actual, and then surely if you're using CRISPR, if you're using the new gene modification stuff, anything where you're actually monkeying with code, of course you can come up with stuff. You could probably try splicing in stuff from other insects and trying to do all sorts of stuff, but I don't know. Let's.
Do species evolve at a steady rate or in stops and starts?
Interesting question.
Do small populations of animals evolve more quickly than large populations?
Um, I don't know. I don't know if it's one the other or if it's variable.
Given our long history of breeding dogs, why have we never seen a change in species or increased complexity? Is it because it's taken too short of a time, or are we doing it wrong?
I would argue that we have seen a lot of increasing complexity in dogs.
Nope, still the
So,
same
makes
number of
sense.
chromosomes, same genomic map, right? Same creature, different shapes. You
Yeah,
know, much less
of
healthy
chromosomes.
versions of it, right?
Number of chromosomes is a very fundamental, stable thing. You can have there's a whole lot more.
But doesn't
complexity
evolution
than-
explain how we went from fewer
So-
chromosomes to more? With mutation?
I would guess that there was some. I would guess that there's some doubling, especially I would guess that somewhere along the line there was some doubling, but I'm not studied in that.
Have we ever seen two individuals of a
Particularly.
species give birth to an individual with a different number of chromosomes than the parents?
Yep, mules.
But they're not reproductively viable offspring.
Yeah, because they've got an odd number of chromosomes.
So that
53.
that one doesn't count. Because the point is that's proof that if that mutation does occur, it doesn't get passed on. So anyway, the point is now let's go back to the beginning of this. Now let's go back to the hold your horses a second. Let's go back to the beginning of this. I asked you if you could explain evolution as well as you explained tectonics, plate tectonics, and you said yes, you could. Do you want to retract that statement?
No, I want to keep going.
I just answered. I just asked you all the salient questions. You couldn't answer any of them, and you're still going to claim you have an explanation? This is not anything of an explanation you're providing. This is just you musing about things that might be maybe in some imaginary world that makes no sense. That's the truth, sir. Yeah, I expect a little better than this from you, horse mumbler. Regardless, let's stop talking about evolution. Let's chat as friends for a moment. How's your life going on?
Very poorly.
Poorly? I'm sorry to hear that. Anything specific happen that you want to share? If you don't feel comfortable sharing, that's fine too, obviously.
All right, rather not.
Okay. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. And I'm really sorry if my debate coach ways and insistence on things being precise all the time made your day less pleasant. I would, especially now that I know things aren't going well for you, I really would hate to have done that.
I know. I share your love of precision. That's why I called.
Well, I mean, I think it's been a great conversation that I think it's been revelatory about how people shouldn't believe in evolution. But I know that wasn't your intention. So I'm sorry I didn't spend
Yeah,
more attention on horse mumbler and less on the topic.
Yeah, and I was, usually you make a lot of sense to me. I really respect what you have to say. I've learned quite a lot from you. But but when it comes to the evolution, something's not clicking to me with what you're saying. Something seems off. There's something I'm missing.
I mean, to me, it seems like
It feels like there's something you're missing too.
it seems to me like you're letting yourself be evolution's bitch and letting it get away with treating you like a dirty whore. It's not behaving properly as a science theory, right? It's not doing what explanations need to do. And you should expect better of your explanations. Have more respect for yourself than to tolerate shitty explanations masquerading as understanding in your life.
No, but I don't. But my understanding of evolution is as it's just the label for. We have theories of speciation that are interesting to discuss, but evolution seems like whether or not the plates are moving around level. Clearly the selection of animals around is changing
That's not clear. You're begging the question again. The fact that the fact that the branching fossil record, the fact that the branching fossil record establishes that there was an inclusion of new distinct species over time, maybe somewhere, some of them halfway between two species or not, doesn't matter, is not in a proof of evolution. It's the thing that evolution is trying to explain. Nobody's disputing the fossil record. It does suggest that, right? But here's the thing that's different with evolution and, say, plate tectonics and expanding Earth. Plate tectonics and expanding Earth both fundamentally make sense as possible explanations for continents moving around. One of them is wrong, one of them is right. Okay? And the way we were able to determine that was we looked at fault lines. If in fact it were expanding Earth, they'd all be going in. But if in fact it were plate tectonics, they'd be jagged and all over the place. It was the latter. Plate tectonics was proven. But both fundamentally made sense. Evolution, unique among all theories I've ever encountered, makes zero sense. Except for humanities theories and shit like that. They don't make sense lots of times. But real science, purportedly real science. Genetics makes sense, but evolution doesn't. Just how it is. If you think you have some understanding, you're lying to yourself.
So what's your definition of evolution?
Change within a species, okay? Populations within that species being subpopulations of mutated versions of that species that interbreed with each other, and those mutations over time cause increased complexity somehow, and that's where all the various species came from. They broke off from populations of a more primitive species. That's my understanding of evolution as you've explained it, as mutation driven, right? If you want to have evolution defined as, just means that some way, somehow, the fossil record happened as change over time by a species without specifying exactly how at all. We don't know how, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is evolution is correct. No, That's not how it works.
We have lots of explanations how.
Okay, but listen, you've got to be kidding me, dude. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You cannot tell me how long it takes to speciate. You cannot give me any example of a change in chromosomes from mutations that produce reproductively viable anything. We have no way, no validation from breeding, say, dogs for 10,000 years of any increase in complexity, and they are still reproductively viable with each other.
Eric, that's because you're throwing darts at a wall.
No, I'm asking for a way to test this explanation and check it, not the fossil record, which remember is the thing being explained, but some other way to check it for it to make predictions that I can test, like any actual theory does.
Okay. I'll give you an example. I know, if you like.
Go for it.
So here's a neat story I heard. This is a testing of an evolutionary theory. So there was.
Okay, Loris, let me stop you for a second. Let me demo how it's done, okay? So you do it right, okay? Like this. Because evolution claims meow, right? Because evolution claims meow, it predicts meow. We can test meow like meow. Do that for me.
Some biologists had a hypothesis that they decided to test. Their hypothesis was that evolution happens. Evolution is something that happens gradually over time, basically. Phyletic gradualism, I believe, is the theory. Their hypothesis based on that was if they went out their test was to go out to a lake bed, dig for fossils, and see what they got. They were looking for. They were expecting to see some gradual evolution. What they saw was a particular species of fair that had a. They noticed a. Sorry, I'm drinking water. They noticed a universal pattern in the structure of this critter's compound eyes. At a certain level in the fossil layer, they all had this particular pattern of eye. And then suddenly, which is to say, they found a band, representing quite a long time, because in our conception, but a very narrow band in the fossil record, where suddenly there was this species of critter, I forget the name, but it's suddenly they saw examples of this critter with a new structure of compound eye, and existing alongside the old version. It's the same critter.
Okay.
But suddenly there were.
All right. Horse mumbler. Do you
Two types
get that
of
you're
prediction.
doing it again? Do you get that you're doing the same thing again? You're using the fossil record to justify your explanation of the fossil record. You're using the fossil record to justify your explanation of the fossil record. That's not a test. That's not a prediction. This is how. Listen to the mechanics of it, okay?
I'm telling you the story of the test that these researchers did.
No, but you're referencing the fossils, predictions about the fossils, right?
Referencing predictions about.
Yeah, that
predictions
if in
about
fact
what they would find.
gradualism is right, we'll see the fossil change like mia. Whereas if, say, punctuated equilibrium is right, we'll see the fossils change like mia. Okay, right? What we
So
need.
this is Eric, these are the people who switched from supporting. These are the people who developed the theory of punctuated equilibrium because what they saw in the fossil record didn't fit
Right,
gradually.
right,
So
sure.
they changed. So they from what I understand, it could be.
Okay, great. That's fine. So I get it. The fossil record no longer supports gradualism. Now let's change it to punctuated equilibrium. What is the mechanism by which evolution goes super fast for a while and then stops? No explanation whatsoever, which is the only thing that matters. But listen, what I mean by prediction is this. This is the mechanics of it. Mechanism X, namely, say, mutations causing increased complexity over time, necessitates predicted outcome Y in context Z. So in this case, it would be like, necessitates that we should be able to create a third wing on a fruit fly within 100 years. We should be able to expect to see this amount of change incrementally, accordingly, that kind of thing, right? That we can test and make the prediction that we'll see this much change incrementally by this time, and see if we see any change towards that thing. If we have any mutations that offer us that line of development of increased complexity, right? Context Z, listen, let me finish. Context Z allows us to generate the predicted outcomes by doing math. This is how science works.
So here's
Circular reasoning is going back to the fossil record to justify your explanation of the fossil record. Okay? So in other words, evolution is still right. The fossil record no longer validates our other old explanation for evolution. So we'll just change our explanation of what evolution is without providing any mechanism whatsoever and pretend it's the same thing somehow.
okay. You're confusing a theory regarding the pattern of evolution.
Okay, look, if evolution works like meh, it goes gradually. If evolution works like meh, it goes punctuated equilibrium. So it either goes like meh or it goes like meh. You can't have it both ways.
What do you mean?
In other words, if it's gradualism, then the explanation is purportedly maybe slow mutations increasing in complexity over time due to the long stretch of time required for the random mutations to produce something useful, etc. Right? If the fossil record says no, it's punctuated equilibrium, now instead of having a slow change gradually over time, you've got sudden fast change, which then just stops all of a sudden for reasons not explained. So it's a different mechanism, right? Regardless of which mechanism you want to pick, if it is, wait, listen, let me finish. Regardless of which mechanism you want to pick, let's say it's punctuated equilibrium, we then need to put it in this format again. Mechanism X necessitates predicted outcome in context Z, and context Z is one that allows us to generate the predicted outcomes by doing math. Okay? That's the format in which it needs to be presented to be an actual prediction that I can test. referencing the fossil record again, saying, look, we expect to see the fossils have this kind of change. Well, there's shit tons of middle species that we don't see anywhere, right? But you're not accepting that as evidence for anything. You're just saying when we do see intermediate species, it's proof of evolution. When we don't, it's not evidence of anything. Meanwhile, again, you're still trying to explain the fossil record, so don't justify your explanation with referencing the fossil record again.
Eric, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. There's all sorts of, yeah, of course there's stuff we haven't
I
seen
didn't
yet.
say that. Note that I'm not making that argument. I'm not saying the absence of intermediate species in the fossil record is enough to falsify evolution. I'm making a much more cogent argument than that. I'm saying let's ask evolution to actually do its job as a theory, as an explanation, to do the bare minimum it should do, which is say this: because evolution's mechanism is X, that necessitates predicted outcome Y in context Z. Now let's test it. That's what science does. You're the one who's trying to say the fossil record is informative about evolution. By pointing out that the fact that there are gaps or some that don't have gaps is not informative at all about evolution. It's the same thing we're trying to explain as before.
Yeah, it's not informative, so why, I don't understand why it's an issue. It's not.
So that my point is your thing about them digging up these fossils and finding more intermediate species is not a prediction of the mechanism, right? It's just a prediction of what we already know. The fossil record appears to be this branching, increasing complexity fossil record, and evolution is trying to explain that. You can't explain that by saying, "See, it's branching." We know it's branching. Now explain it. What's the mechanism? How? Why? Be a real explanation.
The answer is that there are a number of explanations in different.
Okay, that is not a real explanation. Come on, dude. That is not any kind of explanation anybody should be satisfied with.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Why? You can't answer any of the meaningful questions, right? I've asked you, how long would it take to do math? A shit ton of questions. If this, why not this? You haven't been able to answer a single one of them. If you think that what you're saying is correct, then you should be able to answer all those questions. You insist you're correct, you don't even accept the definition of species still. If you do accept my definition of species, then it precludes any change over time by reproductive mutations and stuff. Your case here is a complete fucking train wreck. So why are you clinging to it like it's a lifebuoy in the ocean? Let go of your wrongness. Be liberated by the truth. I don't know why you're so attached to this evolution thing. It's a terrible, terrible explanation, lack thereof. Why are you so in love with it?
My point is that evolution isn't an explanation, it's an observed reality. And that there are many theories.
Right. The fossil record is an observed reality, right?
Yes.
But that's all you've established.
That's just one of the many ways to, that we can tell that species have,
You say that, but you have not established anything other than that the fossil record exists. That's the only thing you've established. You've answered none of my questions. You made no predictions that can be tested.
I would establish more if you let me. Happy to try.
Okay, well, it takes you forever, dude. You get your point. If you actually, it didn't take you long to explain plate tectonics because you actually knew what you were explaining. You're groping around for a bunch of not explanations.
I disagree. I think it's a more complex topic, and you just need to be a little more patient.
Okay, well then can you explain the answer to one of my important questions that I've asked?
I'd love to. Love to try.
All right.
If I can.
So
No.
how long will it take us to change the species of a fruit fly?
What would qualify as changing the species of a fruit fly?
Something more complex, right?
Okay, that's not this. That's a step beyond simple speciation. We can speciate without making things more complex.
But evolution explains where species came from and how they gradually became more complex. So that's what we need to prove. Help me prove that. Not using the fossil record, using a real independent test that's not circular reasoning. I can make predictions. So, okay, given what we know about evolution, here's a definite prediction that should definitely be the case. Things with quicker lifespans evolve faster than things with slower lifespans. So we should be able to easily see evolution in things that have very short reproductive cycles. Right? That's a fair prediction to make. Do we see that actually? Let's now test the prediction with observation. No, we do not. Okay, if punctuated equilibrium is correct, then there's something that causes evolution to speed up and slow down. Is that population size? If so, why do we see very small populations of creatures be endangered and go extinct rather than evolving at a faster rate?
Different reasons for different reasons for different species.
So what predictions, like the one I'm making, does your explanation make? Real predictions, like the ones I just made. What predictions, real predictions, does your explanation make that I can test? Based on what actual articulated mechanism? If you can't answer this, if you cannot answer this, and you believe in evolution, you're crazy.
Here's the thing. It would be, to all appearances, to all appearances, things really don't get a lot more complex on any sort of scale that is relatable to us. One of the examples, I mean, like.
So it's too complicated to explain? So it's too complicated to explain?
No, I mean, it's very simple. We actually don't see a lot, nature seems to be very conservative. Like, for example, one of the look at wings. There are only 4 types. I believe there are 4 identifiable.
Shoot me in the head.
Four distinct evolutions of the wing. Sorry, I'm collecting my thoughts.
You're such a good dog. Thank you for visiting me. I love you.
Sorry, Eric, I'm a lot of water. I'm just dehydrated.
All right. So you're robotic again. You're a robot voice again. You're probably gonna have to leave and come back again.
So, robot.
Yeah, you sound like a robot.
Hello.
There you go. That's better.
Thank you for your indulgence. So I don't quite I don't quite get the importance of the fruit fly question.
Well, I could ask a million such questions, but they're all the same format. If you have an explanation that's predicated on mechanism X or even mechanisms X, Y, and Z, then we meaningfully must be able to isolate that mechanism and test it in some way and have that test validate. Otherwise, it's not an explanation. It's like what I don't understand honestly is I cannot conceive how you think you understand this, because it's like if I couldn't answer every cogent pertinent question about any affirmation or negation I was making, I wouldn't be making it. I wouldn't think I understood it. I couldn't answer every single pertinent question about it. I would not think I understood it. I do not understand how you think you understand evolution when you can't answer any of the pertinent questions about it. Like, what does understanding mean to you? So, like, I clearly understand what I expect as a criteria to be met. I expect you to say, because evolution has mechanism X, that necessitates predicted outcome Y in context Z. And context Z allows us to generate the predicted outcome by doing meow. So I have a very clear understanding of what I expect an explanation to do in this instance. It's very well articulated, and it's based on good, sound understanding of how argumentation works, how science works, etc. You have nothing remotely equivalent to this level of understanding about anything you're saying about evolution. So why do you think you understand anything about it? You don't know what you expect it to do. I know what I expect it to do.
Sorry to cut up. What was that?
I say, you don't know what you expect evolution to do. I know what I expect evolution to do.
Yeah, what do you mean by expecting it to do? What should evolution be expected to do?
It should be expected to meet its burden to affirm the claim it makes, which is that it explains speciation. And it fails to meet that burden to affirm, as is evidenced by your failure to answer these very fundamental questions.
I disagree that evolution explains speciation. Say rather the various theories of speciation we have are attempts to explain all the evidence of evolution throughout history.
Okay, I'm done with your nonsense.
What do you mean?
I mean, what you just said was I'm not trying to say that evolution explains speciation. I'm trying to say that speciation is evidence of evolution. That's what you just did. So I am done with this conversation because that's ridiculous. No. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I think we have a misunderstanding here.
No, there is no misunderstanding. That is exactly what you just did. It's just pure circular garbage. Anyway, I'm tired of talking about this. Okay, I've talked about it for a long time.
I think we slipped a word somewhere there, because I'm confused now.
Well, what you said was you don't think evolution explains speciation. You think that speciation is explained by evolution. That's what you just did. Right?
Hang on, smoking a moment.
Like you keep insisting there's all this evidence over time for evolution. You just keep talking about the fossil record. That's all you're referring to there. And you keep ignoring the fact that evolution is supposed to explain how the fossil record came to be. You keep going circularly around and around without without ever having any good reason to believe in this. Anyway, I really don't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay, I see. I think I understand. I think I understand the disconnect, and maybe it's just not worth.
It's not a disconnect, though, Horse Mumbler. It's you are wrong and clinging to a dead horse that doesn't run. I am critiquing purely things on their argumentational merits. I am not attached to anything other than being correct. Trust me on this one, dude. This dog don't have no fight in it. These kind of arguments don't carry any weight. They don't withstand any scrutiny. If anybody's trying to advocate them, will be flummoxed by a succession of any decent questions asked of them.
Did you know that Darwin hated the term evolution and did not like its association with his work?
Well, what I hate is the idea that there's this word out there that purports and pretends to be an explanation that doesn't explain anything.
Yeah, and that's part of what I'm trying to explain. So
Why the explanation doesn't explain things? That's what you're trying to explain? I mean, come on, Horse Mumbler. Why are you being so stubborn about this? It clearly doesn't. It just doesn't have any legs, you know. As an argument, as an explanation, just replace all the words with P's and Q's and ifs and thens and stuff, and you'll see in a second it's totally invalid. So anyway, I'd like to end this.
Let's species.
Go ahead. You have the last say, okay? But then I'd like to wrap this up. I'm tired of talking about it.
Being an INTP, trying to collect my thoughts to avoid dragging on too much. I want to be, Effie. I want to be.
Don't worry about Effie. Just make your final points and do it in full. All you want to say. Take your time. I won't interrupt. And then when you're done, hopefully you'll feel satisfied and we can end the conversation.
Hopefully so. Maybe we should just talk about something else. Maybe.
Okay, well, I'm ready to wrap this up and go back to normal streaming, which is very comfortable and easy for me, whereas this is a much more challenging engagement.
I gotcha. I don't. Yeah, I wasn't wanting challenging. I just had to avoid. I was hoping we could. I was hoping we'd just build a good definition of species together.
No, because we're on different sides of the issue. You want to be like pretending like you're not on any side of the issue, but you're definitely affirming evolution. And that's going to mean we're not going to be able to work together because I think it's completely bullshit. I'm not looking to find some half-assed, non-operationalized definition of species that helps us to believe in evolution for no reason. You know? But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even talked there. I should have just shut my mouth and let you continue. It's frustrating to me because I've been making my points about this for such a long time, and nobody has ever countered anything I'm saying. They just shift ground. You can see why it frustrates me.
Can you try giving me an easy target?
Sure. Tell us why racism is bad.
Why is racism bad? That's an interesting question. Good one. Why is racism bad? That's quite a loaded one. Well, I could give you so that's a really good question and a great example. I could give you so many answers. I could give you a dozen answers why racism is bad. Give you 20 answers why racism is bad. I could catalog, the standards by which racism is bad. It's there's not one answer.
Yes, there
To
is.
that question.
Yes, there is. There is one correct answer to the question.
Okay. If you want to look at it that way, okay. If you want to look at it that way, well, then we got to get really. If you want just one reason.
No, I want the salient determinate reason. The other reasons may ancillarily function as reasons, but they're not why. I don't want you to tell me the various ways in which racism can be bad or how racism can be bad. I want you to tell me why racism is bad, and there's only one answer to that. I thought it was a easy target. The answer is this. It's because racism is just another example of one individual conferring a group identity onto another person and then expecting that individual to behave according to, be defined according to the first individual's group label. So, in other words, it's a denial of individual equality and agency that is a reciprocal necessity among civilized people. That's why it's bad. And that is the correct answer to the question. There's no multiplicity of reasons why it's bad. Multiplicity of reasons of how it can be bad, multiplicity of reasons of where it's bad, when it's bad, etc., but not of why. All right, here's another easy one. Nuclear war, pro or con?
Needs more context.
Oh God, come on. All right, how about this? Should we remove from American women the right to vote?
On the level you're asking, that's an obvious no. But because I'm an INTP, I'm immediately thinking, that would be there's interesting question about felons. Should felons, who include men and women, so that's just INTP. So no. I'm going with the right answer is no.
All right. If you were going to argue yes, I think you'd want to say yes, because we should remove from all people the right to vote and afford only people qualified the privilege of voting. That would probably be the best argument for yes, if you were going to try to argue yes. I mean, that's my thought on that. But I agree with you. The answer is no. All right. How about this? Should we reinstate prohibition?
Obviously not.
Why not?
Because it would violate your rights. It's already been,
You're right. It's because you got to fight for your right to party. That's why. Ivar says women are too emotional for voting. Huh. Are they too emotional for motherhood?
so if to anybody who has any sort of bone to pick in that direction, the only you have to find a productive alternative, and the only productive alternative is to go for some sort of type, because the sex thing is a done issue. The gender equality is settled. So if you want to discriminate, you've got to find a new frontier and should try to discriminate against, say, feelers.
Sure.
Not that I would.
That'd be more fair, right? Okay, let me ask you this.
I'm
So,
just saying that would be more successful. I'm not even going to address whether it would be fair or not. I'm just talking base level.
should we be able to take pictures of whoever we like in public and not have to blur their face in our videos?
That's an interesting and tricky one. I would instinctively say that, at the very least, requests to blur should be respected. I could see justification of. I think I could see some angle on justification for legislation mandating auto blur software or something for some level of publishing.
You gotta auto blur my penis. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a complicated question. I like the idea of the public space being the public space, and if you're out there, you have no expectation of privacy. But with NIL shit, things get more complicated, especially if you're making videos for profit. But listen, Horse Mumbler, I want to wrap this up, okay? It was nice chatting with you again. I'm sorry to hear you're not doing so great. I'm kind of constantly live streaming now, but if I'm not live streaming and you want to call me, we can always chat on the phone, you know?
Yeah. Sorry I couldn't be more productive for you.
Don't worry about it. It was an interesting foray into argumentation, if nothing else. So okay, love you, man, and I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
See you later.
Okay. So I guess what we concluded is that evolution is how species came around. That's what we concluded after all of that. Yep, evolution. The way, the mean, the everything. God's little helper. Evolution. Whew. That was quite a protracted affair, wasn't it? You know that NE tool, NI6, it doesn't like to nutshell stuff, really. It wants to convey all of the context, meows. But properly done, argumentation is a powerful force of good. It exposes the bullshits of the world. It keeps everybody honest, you know? Why it's important, like if you're gonna affirm something like evolution, have a very clear understanding of what you're doing and why. If you think that you can know the correct position on something without really understanding specifically how it works, that's not how it works, you know? There is no understanding that doesn't include actual understanding. There's no explanation that doesn't actually do the things that explanations need to do. And the thing is, ultimately, what I'm learning is this is much more a debate coach thing than an NTP thing. Competition flow debate, the value of it for specifically NTPs, I think, but also potentially NTJs, the value of it is that you can't get away with bullshit, you know? You can't get away with it in debate. Someone's going to ask you questions. And if you're in a debate and you just go, well, I don't know, well, it could be any number of things or whatever, then you're going to get torn to pieces. You have to actually understand your case a lot better than that to survive a debate round. And you certainly need to know before you even make a case what you are trying to do. Like, I'm trying to affirm the resolution, all just governments provide health care to their citizens, or something like that. And in order to affirm this, here's what I'm going to need to establish. In other words, here are my criteria for successfully affirming this. What does it mean to affirm it? Affirming it under what frame? I need to define my ground. I need to make my case level arguments, right? Because if you don't do that work, your arguments topple over in the slightest breeze. You've not done the legwork to make your case. The thing that people forget or don't quite understand or whatever is that making your case successfully and it is a prerequisite to understanding it correctly. You cannot claim to understand anything correctly until and unless you can affirm it. Negating is different, right? I don't need to understand your app to negate it. You just need to fail to explain it. If you don't meet your prima facie burdens, which include things like establishing under what frame you're affirming, defining key terms, setting criteria for both your victory, in other words, successfully affirming, and for your opponent's victory. So in other words, if I fail to then my opponent will win this round. Obviously, you skew those criteria or round burdens, you skew them in your favor when you set them up, and both people do, and then you end up necessarily having some arguments on framework. And the thing is, it's a tricky game to play, right? Because if you skew them too much on your side, then the judge will prefer your opponent's framing of that point, right? Because they'll be able to argue that their framing is better because it is. But if you don't skew at all, or at least you need to protect yourself, at least like say, okay, I'm going to give it this fairly broad criterion, but I'm going to limit to this part of the ground And I'm just I have all these AT-ATs, all this defense on that point, and I'm gonna run it as a voter. It's like those kind of practices, those kind of round protocols, they are, how in karate they have these like dances where I think they're called katas, where they like do a bunch of karate moves in a row in a certain pattern, like a scheduled pattern of moves or whatever. And in doing so, they demonstrate their ability to both do all those moves and fluidly transition between them. Well, if you think of debate as being like that, except there's a lot of variation. So, a debate round will have a kata like in karate with a karate chop and then a kick and then the headbutt, let's say. But in a debate round, today, this round's karate chop is a flat-handed karate chop. The next round's karate chop might be a slanty-handed karate chop. It works like that. But when you learn to implement all these correct protocols of understanding, of determining things with language, and you become habituated to that as a debater first, and then you go on to coach debate for years and really master the science and art of it. Well, that's something far beyond what personality type can provide. You can throw 100 NTPs at me. The worst outcome, if in an exchange between them and me, is almost always going to be we don't disagree. If we do, they are going to lose every time because I don't agree or disagree arbitrarily. I always know why I agree or disagree with something and why it's the best position in the status quo to hold. Because it's the most defensible, and why it's the most defensible. Other people seem to determine statuses about positions without understanding any of that, without knowing those things first. I don't have any positions without knowing those things first. It doesn't even seem conceivable to me to attempt to have any position on something without knowing exactly what it is, exactly why. It's like to position myself as having a position on something when I don't have the answers to all that stuff would just seem wildly reckless to me. I would just be putting myself at risk for being got by somebody and proved wrong about stuff and made to look like I don't know what I'm talking about. But I have come to understand that not just horseman work, but lots and lots of other NTPs. They are more like the rest of the world than they are like me when it comes to using language as dialectic, In other words, neutrally purposed rhetoric. The frustrating thing is I understand how powerful it is and what it can do in terms of allowing us to draw conclusions, know things we otherwise wouldn't know, understand things we otherwise couldn't understand, etc. At least be correct about what the proper position on something is in the status quo, right? Other people don't even believe that's true, what I'm just saying there. I'm not being rude to horse mumbler. I'm talking about the difference between me and not just horse mumbler, but all the other NTPs around too. Like Isaiah Root or KE. There is no. It is the case that all NTPs have an equal natural ability in this field that I got lucky enough to end up in, right? But it is not the case that that natural ability is sufficient to remotely replace the actual skill set that I have. And like I say, it's frustrating to me because I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. I genuinely am an expert at determining whether or not some case has been made. It was my job for decades. So I do get frustrated when people what people don't listen to is when I tell them this is what's determinant here. This is how we determine the status of this. Either way, I don't care, but we use the right methodology to determine the status, and then we don't need to worry about anything else. Eric, only INTJ is gonna really get you, honestly. Well, I don't know who's gonna get me or not. I'm not. I my points, or the points I'm making are always like very conditional, like this, you know. Okay, well, whatever you say about that, if we're going to talk about Mya, then we'll need to draw distinctions along this line or this line or this line, right? And people don't like that, you know. I'm trying to make it such that, okay, I get we don't have to use language like that, this, right? But if we're going to do something with language about this, then we'll have to at least meaningfully draw these distinctions. So I'm not even saying let's, you know, we always have to use TI or whatever, but I just encounter a lot where, I mean, it's especially true about the evolution topic. So many people are so absolutely married to this notion of evolution. Yeah, I'm on a little bit of Adderall. I am on a little bit of Adderall. I mean, I think what I saw from Hiralam was him getting lost in any to the exclusion of NI, which is consistent with any too. I mean, not Hiralam, horse over. I don't think he is can't yield. I don't think it's like pride or anything like that. I think that he's imagining a bunch of possible ways in which various genetic factors, reproduction, etc., can all just kind of holistically combine into something and cause this without being reducible into single mechanisms or testable in any way. But you know, it's just that doesn't answer any questions, you know. And that's what the purpose of an explanation is to do, is to answer questions. Evolution is the science. Well, genetics are a science. Creationism is obviously not a science, and evolution is just a heap of circular nonsense. Quote unquote evolutionary scientists are just combination geneticists plus fossilists. Uh, no, I think you're being a little reductive about her disputing with me about stuff. She and I do not frequently, but regularly actually disagree about things. Eric, I was homeless for over 3 months in Vancouver. Life was hell getting back on my feet slowly. I'm sorry to hear that, Death Artisan. Um, you know, keep getting back on your feet as slowly or as quickly as you can, but stick at it, you know. Well, I mean, creationism's not an explanation, obviously. It just says, well, God made everything. Okay, well, how can we test that? Can I meet this God guy and ask him how he did it or what? Oh, no. So that's not an explanation, obviously. And evolution is just as much not an explanation. So, this is one of the things I've been arguing about on the channel for years. I thought about, I decided to put it up as a title today because I thought, well, maybe it'll get some controversy. Maybe it'll get some people in here about a kind of a saucy topic. They're going to be like, what? Evolution's wrong and creationism's wrong? But instead, it evolved into a bit of a turgid live stream, which is to say, the conversation didn't move quickly at all. It was a struggle to feel as though any progress was being made. And that's unfortunate. But, you know, we can talk about whatever now, and there may still be some future new person who decides this topic is of interest to them. What if the real evolution were the friends we made along the way? Money? You get a wonder point for that. You get one. Here you go. I'll just put it right on the tip of your nose. Yeah, turgid's a good word. I think one of the synonyms for it is swollen, but swollen and slow moving. And the thing is, I'm so accustomed to live streaming the way I do, which is just me talking, blah, 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 blah. You know, I like the pace, energy, feel of just me live streaming much more than I like engaging with other people on the live stream. I appreciate the chance to talk with Horse Mumbler. He's a friend. I wish him all the best, and I hope he's doing okay, you know. But of course, I'm FI polar, so it's also like I can't do anything but engage straight up TI stuff with straight up NETI, you know. I don't know. Maybe I could control myself. Maybe I could behave differently. I tried somewhat in there. I just cannot help but be like, okay, are we fixing the plumbing or are we admiring it? Well, I'm glad it was entertaining to you. Um, it hit me in a bit of a frustration spot because I spent so much time banging my head against a wall, making points about a lot of different things. There's a lot of people who don't really listen, but I was expecting Horsemumbler to be a little more convinced by me, I guess, because I was so convincing. But, and I countervalued. I don't like singular answers. INFPs, INTPs. And it's fifth slot absolute value for me of the external world. So when others won't I can sometimes, yeah, I wanted to make sure I gave him plenty of time. I wanted to hopefully make sure he left feeling happy, like it wasn't just me scolding him for argumentational failures. This is where the F5 polar really kicks in and gets you, and you feel like, was I a good enough friend? Maybe not. I'm a lot kinder and gentler than I used to be. So that felt a little like backsliding for me. Yeah, but of course I'm human too, and this evolution topic is a bit of a trigger for me. And I don't like it if somebody's gonna be like, no, I'm not really taking any position on this. Just wanted to discuss this. When really he's definitely taking a position on it. Just doesn't want to commit to anything because then he'll have to defend stuff that doesn't make sense. It's what I call dissembling. Do you affirm evolution? Or you think you want to affirm evolution, but you haven't figured out how to affirm it yet? That's a perfectly reasonable position to have. I would like to affirm evolution, but I can't figure out how to affirm it yet. Very reasonable position to have. You should default to the neg until you can, but whatever. If you don't actually make the affirmation until you actually can make the case, then it doesn't really matter. Creation is not wrong. You are blinded by your sins. Circ with your heart. Well, Achievement Academy, I will admit, that title is a little sensationalized. It should say, neither evolution nor creation comprise an explanation. And because you, like me, are a Christian, presumably Achievement Academy, you understand and know then that to think that you can objectively know about God stuff is to forsake your faith, because faith is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So we both are in agreement as Christians that we only have faith in creation, that we don't think of it as an explanation. I hope you've learned something important today. Natasha Godfrey Ashford, how are you? And what's his name? Tim Harton. Tim Harton Darton? Tim Harton Parton. Over at Tim Harton Parton. How are you and Tim Harton Parton doing? You know, earlier today, Sean L. asked me to draw the soulmate of his 9-year-old daughter. He didn't tell me she was 9. He just said his daughter. I drew this person. Okay. This is Toby Bobonyab. Bobonyab, I guess. Toby Bobonyab is his name. And I think he may be the handsomest soulmate I've ever drawn. Look how handsome he is. He looks like a guy you might actually want to go out with. Toby, Bobonyob, Bobonyab, or Bobonyab, or Bonyab. You pronounce it any way that you want. Here I am. I am not meaning to pile on at all horse mumbler. Okay? That's not what I'm doing. My comments were generalized to lots of NTPs, not just him. NTPs and FPs both. I'm Carson Hughes. Would any of you happen to have the time? My name's Carson Hughes. I like Carson Hughes. You know? Yeah, bro, chill out, Carson Hughes. I'm Toby Bobonyab. So, if there is anybody here for whom I have not yet drawn your soulmate, and you would like me to draw your soulmate now, I do have some papers here. I have a pen here. I can do that. I have a thing to draw on. Yes, right here. Show me. You want me to draw yours? Okay. Okay. Oh, she's fun. I can tell how fun she is. You know why? Because she's got a fun pose. Her hand's a little weird, but that's okay. We don't judge. Okay. There. No. Mm-hmm. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. Beautiful to me. meow 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 and meow meow meow. Ah, ah. Okay. Now, I want to make sure she's got some lush eyelashes. I want to make sure I get those in the picture. I can see them in my spirit mind right now. Doesn't make any sense. I got a little bit of a problem here, actually. That's okay. I think you'll see what I'm getting at, okay? Okay, show media. I have got your future bride, the light of your life, the cherishment of your heart, right here. Ooh, show media. You a foxy, foxy man. All right. Show media's soulmate is named Leslie Donkers. Her name's Leslie Donkers. She looks a little bit like this. I will show you. I'll show you from the other angle here where you'll be able to see a little bit better. Keep an eye out for Leslie Donkers, as she may appear somewhere in your Instagram feed or something. Print this picture out. Show media needs to meet Leslie. It's his soulmate. As you see, her boobs are a little bit low on her chest. But that's okay, because that's how show media likes it. And these stripes across the upper part of her chest, that's her shirt. She's got her hands up. She's holding her face. She's saying, I'm Leslie Donkers. Look at me. Look at me. I'm holding my face. My hands are big. My face is beautiful. Ooh, show media, you a foxy, foxy man. This is Leslie Donkers. Show media, you are welcome. Now you know. Now you know the future life you have ahead of you. You have the joy of a soulmate in your future. You already know her name. Actually, I just messed it up. I just messed it up. I was trying to, but the problem was the arms. I was trying to get the arms so they're up around the face, but then that defined, then this was too narrow to put boobs on here, so I had to put them down here. I thought I'd try to space them in the middle more, but they kind of came out too low. This was not taking any idea from anybody. I just had a problem. That's all. The arms are not the boobs. The arms are holding her face like this. She's doing this thing. Except for some reason her hands are backwards. It is like my drawing evolved. You're right. There's no way to explain this transition except that this slowly morphed into this. 2 jugs, some hair. Oh, and that. Just a boy fishing? Wow. Fart noise. Is that a command? You want me to fart a noise? Is it... Am I supposed to read it as the sound of a fart? Am I supposed to read the words fart noise? I don't know. Your all caps ways confuse me, just a boy fishing. I'm easily confused. Hi, Mimi. Would you like a picture of your soulmate? I have the magical power of channeling your spirit guides. I can draw a picture of your soulmate, and you can use that picture to go around and look and see if anybody looks like that, and then oh, you want it? Just a boy fishing? Oh no. You want me to make a fart noise. Anybody? No? Oh, Big Dog Mofo asked for one. Oh, I didn't know. For some reason, I read that as just, you really want one of these pictures? And if I were to send you one of these, you'd frame it. I don't know why I interpreted it that way. Okay. Big Dog Mofo's soulmate. This is some kind of fancy lady. This may be one of the fanciest ladies we've ever had as a soulmate. She is fancy, let me tell you. You know how you know she's fancy? Because of the way that she's reclining. Fancy people, they don't stand up. They don't sit in a chair. They recline on a lounge. Okay. So now that you know that fancy people recline on a lounge, you can, first of all, note that if you want to be more fancy, you can recline on a lounge and increase your fanciness by a factor of at least 1.5, sometimes as much as a factor of 3. Now, it's time to draw the lounge chair that she's lounging on. Ooh la la. This is one fancy lady that nobody can deny. Right? This one, she's actually right now, she must be somewhere where it's sunlight out right now, because she's actually currently lounging in the sun. And this is big dog mofos special lady. What it says on the side of her shirt, which she did just on purpose so that it could easily be read while she's lounging. And her name, it looks like, is Jessica. Jessica B. Scoliosis. Jessica B. Scoliosis is her name. All right, here we go. Let me show it to you this way. It's better to show it to you this way. So it's not backwards. So this is Jessica B. Scoliosis. As you see, she may or may not have scoliosis. I'm not sure. That's just her name, though. She does kind of look like she might have some back problems. But, you know, pretty face. What a pretty face. And what a good lounger. I think she's pretty. I think you're a lucky, lucky guy. Big dog mofo. Now, did somebody else say they wanted their soulmate? Yeah, she is relaxed. And you know what I want to do? I want to actually, for people who live in the America anyway, I want to actually have them send me their mailing address. So you put this in an envelope and send it to them. So people could, you know. And then I'd like them to take a picture of themselves out in the world looking at somebody, looking for, to see if this is their soulmate. Wouldn't that be fun? You want me to mail that to you? Okay, well, just email me your mailing address. Send me an email and say, this is Big Dog Mofo, and here's my mailing address. Sean L., if you want your daughter's soulmate, Toby Babonyob, then you just email me the information, and I'll send it to you. Just make sure you say, this is Big Dog Mofo, because your email might have your name or whatever, but I'm not going to remember that. So that way I'll get the right picture. You know, you go like, okay, I'm Bob Smith, here's my mailing address. I go, I don't know who Bob Smith is. Anyway, my email address is like in the description of every video, I think. Just shoot me an email. I'll try to do it right now if I have some envelopes. I have some stamps. I just need to see if I think I have some envelopes somewhere. You don't need to send me any money. I've got envelopes and stamps. It's fine. Just mailing a piece of paper. But it's not that big of a task for me to do, really. Have I drawn yours yet, money? No. You don't get to pick your soulmate. Your soulmate is just something I channel, okay? Is there anybody who's like next or whatever? Is anybody keeping track of the line? No, don't text me. Email me. Text means I have to look at my small phone. Email means I look at the big screen. I don't like small phone. Small phone makes me put on these glasses. But thank you, Winston's mom. I appreciate how helpful you are. I don't mean to be so snappy. I don't mean to be rude at all. I apologize for that. Money. So, am I drawing your soulmate? Is that what I'm doing? Okay, here we go. Money's soulmate. She. Oh, she's doing one of those poses, huh? I don't know if I can draw this pose, but maybe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Looking good. Looking sultry. She's got kind of sassy, saucy, coquettish. I'm jazzy, and you can't stop me, boy. She's got a little bit of that going on, I think. Mm. I'm coquettish and I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. Ooh, I'm turning back to look at you now. I'm a playful little kitten. Look at me. Ew. Okay, you are a playful little kitten. I can tell. Okay. Her, the thing is, she says that her legs are a little bit longer than you might expect, and her feet. I think what we have here is a perspective issue. I think I must be looking at her from like feet first here, and she's getting further away the further I look. So the bottom of the picture is looks larger in terms of perspective than the top part because of that angle. Okay, just to clarify. Now she's got a shirt, she's got an earring. Ooh. And what gorgeous flowing hair she has. Long as the day is noon. Namely for 1 minute. Wow, she's got some great hair, I must say. And pretty great fashion sense, I think you'll be pleased to see. What a cool kind of like retro striped sweater she has. I like it. Wonder where she got it. Okay, what's her name now? I just gotta figure out that last little thing. I think her name is, I'm going to go with, wow, this is going to be a little surprising to you. No relation, but her name is actually Angela Lansbury. Just incidental has a celebrity's name, you know. Okay. Here she is. Okay, well, I'll go get some envelopes as soon as I'm done with this, showing this picture here. This is Angela Lansbury, no relation to the actress. And she's saying, "You so money." What do you think? She's got a saucy, "I'm hiding behind my arm" thing going on. Ew, my hair, my arm, my sweater. Angela Lansbury is a real top shelf Tinder swipe, whichever direction is yes person. All right. I will now go try to find some envelopes. Okay, I have stamps, I have return address stickers, but I'm hopeful. What was her name? Jessica B. Scoliosis. I'm hopeful I can find some. I think I know where there might be some envelopes. I can think of a couple of places where there might be envelopes. Probably not here. Maybe. No. Okay. So let's forget about right there. That's not a place of multiple envelopes, that's for sure. Even if I were to locate a single envelope in there, that's not going to do me. Let me look here. Oh, that's not good. Look here. This seems like a thing that would have envelopes in it. But there do not appear to be any envelopes in it. I'm not sure. Are there envelopes in here? Can there be envelopes in here? Well, I guess there's not envelopes in there. No more envelopes. Alright. Sorry for my butt crack. Let me look in here. Envelopes? I don't think they'd be in here. Okay. What's this? No. What's this stuff? What's this? Checks? They're not any good. I want envelopes, I said. Envelopes, damn you! With an E. Chevron. Envelopes, I said. There's not going to be any envelopes in here. I'm just defrauding myself by thinking there might be. Well, are they bringing envelopes in here? I should really have envelopes. But instead of having envelopes, I don't have envelopes. I mean, I have this envelope. Eric and Rachel. What's inside of this envelope? What is this? Oh, it's from camera. It's a picture from camera. Well, I could use that envelope, I suppose. It's just one envelope. Oh, damn it. I don't know where we have any envelopes. I have to order envelopes from the Amazon. Let's see if there's any envelopes over here. Are these envelopes? How many envelopes does it take to envelop my letter to you? God damn it! I don't want this so difficult. Let me just look here. Let's see if there's any envelopes. Let's say to me, Eric, we are envelopes. No. Not in that one. No envelopes here either. No here. Let me look in the kitchen. It's the last place there might be envelopes. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to do this in a couple of days, I guess. Well, actually, there's two other places envelopes could be. Or as the French say, envelopes. Right, this link doesn't work. I can ban things. I hate them so much. These aren't envelopes. This is a bunch of mail I never got with. These things fail to be envelopes. Alright, let's go look in the kitchen. It's the last best hope for an envelope. At this point, I'm thinking almost for sure it's going to be ordering from Amazon. But in theory, maybe, just maybe, in the mail drawer here, there's an envelope. I don't think so. Go in here often enough to know that there. Oh, well, actually, this envelope is not the right size. What is this? This is some Rachel's mom sending Rachel a thank you cards to send to people who sent her gifts. Like, just chill, woman. Nobody really cares that much. We didn't even want to have a gift list. And when we did, people like force us to. They like, don't like the gifts that we get. Hey, fucking people. Just let Rachel do what she wants with her wedding. However she wants it. Let her be. This is a pointless fondling of mail stuff because it's not going anywhere until I get some envelopes from the Amazon.com. Okay. I'm going to put these in like, well, I mean, I could splurge and get manila envelopes. Manila's too big. I mean, it depends if I want to fold it or not, you know. Maybe I don't want to fold it. We have stamps. I never had a problem with stamps. It's just the envelope. Thank you for what? What did I don't know what you're thanking me for. Did I give you one of these? I'm going on to Amazon and I'm going to order some manila folders, not folders, envelopes. I don't need manila folders. I need my envelopes. Amazon. Manila envelopes. 9 by 12. That's big enough for an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. Perfect. A 100 pack. I don't need 100 of them, do I? Well, I mean, I might have to mail other things to people at some point too. Who knows? I don't think I need 100 of them. But on the other hand, I don't have any other envelopes. And I might need to mail other things at some point. I can get 20 of them for $6.42. Or I could get 100 of them for $21. So, say about $10. Alright, I'm gonna get these ones, say 9 by 12 for mailing. This seems like a good thing to get. And we'll have plenty of manila envelopes. Proceed to checkout. Place my order. Thank you for sending it to my house. How convenient of you. You deserve some kind of a prize. Well, if I had had regular envelopes, I would have done it. But since I don't have any envelopes, I figure if I'm going to get envelopes and mail them, I might as well put them in a manila envelope and mail them. I will have to Google how many stamps for how many stamps for a 9 by 12 manila envelope. 2 stamps. That's all it is, 2 stamps. Perfect. Easy squeezy. Stamps I have. I already know I have stamps. Say 4 big guys for 200 dono? I don't even know what that means. Do you want me to name 4 large men? Okay, well, I'm not going to say that. So, oh, it does. In Spanish, huh? I'm pretty sure that's bonjour. Oh, wait, that's French. I think it's bienvenidos. So I need to, I don't care about your donation, Fearless 13. I don't believe you. I don't care. You're being silly. Just enough. What I do care about is eating some FUD. I'm experiencing FUD deficit syndrome right now, which is something one experiences when one hasn't been eating enough FUD. So, I'm going to go with what you might call compilation of treats, savory edition. Compilation of treats, savory edition, underway. In order to put together this fine meal, which I will, of course, as always, teach you how to prepare as well, because I am an educator. I love to educate. So, step 1. Remember, you heathen savages, to wash your hands. As your teacher and educator, I understand that you and your heathen savage ways need to be learned by me. Learned is a fancy way of saying taught. Anyway, I just learned you something right there. Alright, now, washing the hands. Step 1 in the preparation of the multi-treat express or charcuterie plate, you might call it. You might call it that because it's got a mix of different cold things, such as salami. About that many salami is fine. Check. We're going to go for 2 of these cheeses. We're going to splurge with 2 of these cheeses. I'm going to get 1 orange cheese. And just hold your horses for a second. Don't be a horse non-holder, okay? Got 2 cheeses. Cheese number 1, cheese number 2. The first one yellow, the second one poo. Like that rhyme from my elementary school. Lemonade soda pop, minute pee. With the drinking fountain, right? You know, which spigot it was, the drinking fountain. You didn't want to get the one that was pee, obviously. Because that would mean you were drinking pee. Hey, you got pee. You kids, you drink from any fountain. Stop it with that. Tales from Hugo Reed Middle School by Eric. Alright, so I've gotten a couple of cheeses. I've completed their depackaging, as you can see. Now, I can put this away. I'm done with the salami here. Okay, there. Now, I'm going to get a little fork. Alright, so here's one of these little forks that I want to get. This size fork. This size fork is perfect for pulling things like this out of the jars. Okay, so we got a pickle there. I'm going to take the plastic off of these Nathan's pickles. I used to get Clausen exclusively. Last time I got Nathan's, I liked them a lot. I got them again this time. Jury's out on whether they're my new pickle or not. Now these things, I'm going to be fairly liberal, but not too liberal with these. I'm going to scoop them rather than stab them out individually. There, I got a little more green olives than I'd like and a little fewer brown ones, but that's okay. I can live with that, that ratio. It's a ratio we can all learn to live with. Trouble, be nice. Okay, the next thing we're going to include on our charcuterie plate, by all rhyme and reason, does not belong on the charcuterie plate because it's not a cold element, okay? But I'm going to include it anyway. And what is this inappropriate element that I insist on including? I'm going to include just a few gentle strips of corned beef. Just a tender, precious few. Now, is there anything else that's going to go on this plate? Well, no. But there is something else that's going to come out of the fridge, and that's this beverage. By including the non-alcoholic beer, you maximize your food intake because your drink has a food value then as well. Oh. I guess I'm kind of starving. Hi, Maricela Vallejo. No grilled cheese, just charcuterie plate. So across the board, I must say that this dream didn't go as I planned, right? But but I've settled in some since earlier, somewhat difficult conversation. Come on, corned beef. Get on the little fork. I love you too, Rachel. So I'm guessing that they have, at least the brackets, just they have, at least for the women, or at least for the men. Yeah. So it's time to pick those brackets. Okay, let's look at the bracket. Let's see if things played out as predicted. Florida versus who? Hmm. Hmm. Oregon's an 11 seed. Colorado did make it in the first four. Did Washington State make it? They must have made it. Yeah, they made it as a 7 seed. Interesting field this year. San Diego State won, once again dropping back down to a 5 seed after being, I think, a 2 seed last year. FAU made it as an 8 seed. There was a little bit of whisper of maybe they weren't going to make it at all, but we made it with room to spare. Arizona's a 2 seed as predicted versus Long Beach State in the first game. Interesting. Well, so given that the brackets are out and everything, and that this stream kind of never got off to the start I imagined it because it kind of got sidelined into a way of streaming I'm just not that used to, and wasn't anticipating. So I think I'll wrap this up, and maybe if Rachel feels like getting up, we could make some brackets together. And then after that, well, actually, I need to call Ruben too, make sure I get the keys back so he doesn't just go with the keys. Regardless, I'll chat with you all probably tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then Tuesday. I'm sure I'll chat with you at least briefly tomorrow. But I either will or will not get my new bottle of Adderall tomorrow. If I don't, I'll get it on Tuesday. So thanks for being here. Love you all. Talk to you later.